Welcome, one and all, to the third day of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by Elise Randolph, and we have
Hey,
an
everybody.
amazing set of fights for you here today. First off, we have Clockwork Pineapple versus Exodus Dot. All of the matches today are matches for people that won in last weekend. So this is all winners bracket matches. These are the teams that are in the best position going forward as of this weekend. And Clockwork Pineapple and Exodus are going to be bringing us something really exciting, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, this is the winners brackets. So no one here wants to lose, even though it won't eliminate them, but they still want to stay in as long as they can. So what we've got so far is Exodus bringing a double rattlesnake with some frigates and a claymore for links. They've got two Molluses for dams, while Clockwork Pineapple went with a more throwback team with triple Sleipnirs and then worms and flycatchers and a Serb as their wing. They're really good at killing small ships, so this should be a really fun match. Lots of explosions.
Yeah, I have to imagine those Molluses are sitting there pretty nervous, seeing all the light missile damage across the field from them. But the match has now begun. Both teams sent their bigger ships in a bit closer and kept their small guys out behind, but they came in from pretty close beacons, so they're actually not very far from each other.
Exactly. They're not exactly where they want it to be. We see the first casualties going on the Harpy for Exodus.
A lot of damage
Pineapple.
being taken by the first Grun Sleipnir there, too. The Sleipnir of Aloe is getting pounded on. He's being webbed, but he is catching reps, so we're going to have to see how long he can hold out against the DPS from these rattlesnakes.
Yep, it looks like the Dampor is actually won by the Exodus team. Like, they're taking almost no damage now. These rattlesnakes are just having their way with this Grun Sleipnir. Aloe is about to need some aloe for the burn he's going to get.
Oh, big boost there. He does have an ASB, and it looks like he was saving that until he got a bit lower, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him. He's taking enough damage to push right through that, and if he drops down, that's a lot of DPS off the field. Yeah, meanwhile, the Flycatchers and the Cerberus for Clockwork Pineapple are fully damped, so they're not apply the damage.
They can't apply anything. All this small target damage. You saw the first small ship go down and get almost volleyed, but ever since then, absolutely nothing's going on, and Aloe is leaking lower and lower into structure.
That being said, he's pulling up a bit now, but he's going to go into reload on that ASB any moment now. He does have rep drones on him. He took a big chunk of armor, but now he's actually back up to about 80% shields. But when he goes into reload, I have a feeling he's going to be in a pretty big trouble. Though he's broken the web. So at this point, he may actually be able to pull enough range to keep himself alive.
So Exodus had light webbing drones on this Sleipnir, and it looks like he just killed the webbing drones and is now boogieing away. Those light web drones, probably a very interesting choice of drone. And now we see Exodus. Okay, wow. They're not able to apply that much damage anymore. The Aloe is still leaking. Oh, this is not good. He's probably on his reload cycle now.
He's
he needs
taking
to hold
a lot
for
more
another
damage
30 or 40 seconds.
I don't think it's going to be quite enough, although who knows? It's going to be pretty close. Meanwhile, the Worm and Crow that have gone down have both just basically fallen to all of the rail and light missile damage. Oh, Aloe is. I just got to think that was a boost there. I think he is now.
If he reloaded, then he's good. He's good. There's light shield maintenance spots all over the place from the Clockwork team.
Oh, he's into structure. So it's going to be very, very close. I'm not.
He's leaving. Meanwhile, the Mollus is starting to take damage on the Exodus side. Exodus are now just splitting damage a little bit. The rattlesnakes are shooting the Sleipnir. Everything else is going on to the support wing of Clockwork. So they're trying to keep the Logi honest, which is a good tactic.
Aloe is holding on, but they need to be killing some stuff during this time. He's earning the team a whole lot of time, but they're not getting the kills to make up for it.
Yep. Meanwhile, these Molluses on the Exodus side are somehow managing to live in spite of everything. And now a new Sleipnir is taking damage.
That seems like a surprising choice, considering that they've still got some DPS on Aloe. Actually, what it probably means is the Scimitar for Clockwork Pineapple is right up beside Aloe, and he's damped, so they're going to hope that he can't get locks on any other targets.
Yeah. Oh, the first Mollus dies. The fight just got a lot easier for Clockwork, but I don't know if they were able to kill it that fast.
Yeah, I mean,
fast enough, I should say.
At the moment, all the damps that we're seeing on Clockwork Pineapple are on the Scimitar, and he is right beside Aloe, so he can rep that Sleipnir that's still taking damage. But Aloe is still breaking. He's in very low structure, and I'm sure he's going to explode any moment now. Oh, look, just taking slivers. There he goes.
There he goes. All right, lead firmly in Exodus's hand now, I'd say.
Yeah,
So that Sleipnir did tank for a long time.
Yeah, but considering that they were only able to pick up some frig kills during that whole amount of time, that really isn't what Clockwork Pineapple wanted to do. If they could have gotten some big ships down in that time, maybe gotten a web on the Basilisk, but just not enough, as we see the second Sleipnir dropping extremely fast.
So it looks like Exodus were killing some of the rep drones around the Sleipnir, which is what eventually made him break. So smart choice on that one.
Tim Nielsen, it doesn't look like he got his booster activated at all. He's dropping into low structure now, and he's going to be off field. There he goes. That is another Sleipnir kill for Exodus. And at this point, yeah, they're sitting very pretty. As long as they can keep the Rattlesnakes, Claymore, and Basilisk alive, that core, then they'll be able to mop up the field at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely just mop-up work for Exodus now. Though they're still taking some damage on these Harpies, but there's nothing really left. I mean, the Harpies can probably all die, and the Rattlesnakes will still be able to clean up within the allotted time. At
this point, I think the main danger to Exodus is what has proven to be the biggest killer of Rattlesnakes in this tournament, micro-jump driving out of the arena.
Yes. It looks like if we look at the Rattlesnakes, they are not anywhere close to the MJD beacons. They don't want to risk it. They're kind of in the center, so even if they accidentally fat finger their MJD, they're still going to be all good.
Yep, so Basunda there in his Sleipnir got himself into structure but managed to pull back. These guys seem to be just waiting a long time to turn on their ASBs, and the reps aren't landing very fast. That's probably because of the damps that the Scimitar had on him until they switched to him now, so they don't care if he's damped. As Ath is taking a bunch of damage really fast there, and he's got webs and painters and scrams on him.
Yeah, if they only could have killed these two Molluses earlier, I think the Clockwork team would be able to have a much better time, but they just lost the Dampor too hard, I guess. And now their Scimitar's down, their Sleipnir's taking damage, they have a worm entering armor.
At this point, it's pretty much cleanup. Now, this Exodus team has a lot in common with the team that PL brought last weekend. Do you want to talk at all about the similarities and differences between those two setups?
Yeah, exactly. So PL won the last Alliance tournament with a Rattlesnake team with a bunch of frigates for the core. That's with the same type of team that PL took for their first match last week. And that's sort of what Exodus decided to win. 2 Rattlesnake core, so you can project your damage really far. A Basilisk, because it's got a really nice tank. Maybe you can try and tinker with the Rattlesnake and Bassie. Maybe that's like one of their options, but we didn't actually have to see that here. And then just the frigate wing goes out, grabs the bad guy, holds him down. The Rattlesnake throws its damage onto him, and then that bad guy's dead. And the Rattlesnakes have so much EHP that it's a pain to chew through.
Yep. We saw when PL brought that last weekend, a very similar setup to this, they banned out damps completely. They used their bans entirely focused on damps. Would you say that's probably the biggest weakness of this kind of setup?
Possibly. It's really hard to say. I know PL pretty much habitually always bans damps because they think damps are really powerful. Like if you look through the bans last tournament, PL banned, I think, Mollis every single time. Mollis Carrots or Celestis Mollis, except for like two matches in the finals. They didn't ban the damps. But yeah, PL just hates the concept of damps.
So while we've been talking here, most of the Clockwork team has been mopped up, but the Cerberus and Flycatchers have decided that they want to take down that Basilisk, and it looks like they're going to be able to pull it off. This is a rapid light missile Cerb, combined with the light missile on the Flycatchers. They've got a ton of range. Oh, there goes one of the Flycatchers, though. They're not going to win this fight, but if they can take that Basilisk down, that'll be a nice little consolation for them, I think. A moral victory.
Yeah, a morale victory it's always good. I mean, these guys aren't eliminated by any means, and this wasn't like they got completely curb stomped or anything. This Clockwork Pineapple team is pretty legit.
Yeah, I mean, the Autocannon Sleipnir team is, of course, a team that's near and dear to my heart. It's one of my favorite, probably it's my favorite tournament ship, hands down. And it just comes up against a pretty rough matchup here. There's a lot of hit points to eat through on those Rattlesnakes. It's not the best matchup for the Autocannon Sleipnirs to come up against.
Yeah, this Exodus team that we're seeing here is kind of a throwback to what was popular last tournament, which was a 2-core lineup with an assault frig wing. It was popular last year and the year before last, but last weekend, in day 1 and day 2, we very rarely saw this type of archetype being fielded.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see it be really effective and still be relevant in the tournament.
Yeah, we saw a whole lot more command ship teams with a lot of EOSs. We also saw a lot of very cruiser-heavy teams using Vexor Navies and Vexors and Gilas. It'll be interesting to see if that continues through this weekend, as we have a Sleipnir and a battleship team starting us off. We also saw a ton of flagships last weekend, so it'll be fun to see if that continues, or if teams decide that after all the flagship exposure last weekend, they can decide to hold back for a little while.
Yeah, maybe they're going to pump the brakes a little bit. But interestingly enough, neither of these teams banned out the EOS, and neither of the teams even care to even consider bringing an EOS or any EOS type team. I mean, CLOCKWORK banned the Navy Vexor, but that hasn't stopped other teams before. So is this like a week 2 meta is like down with the EOS, or is it just these two teams that don't care?
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that continues. We've got a whole bunch more of these winter bracket matches coming up. It's interesting also that this is a drone team that made use of sentry drones, which is something we actually didn't see a whole lot of the first weekend. It was a lot of heavy drone teams, but the bouncers that Exodus used on the rattlesnakes have been working really effectively in this match.
Yeah, and the bouncers they're clearly just tracking everywhere in the arena. They're just hitting the whole thing. This flycatcher's really far away from them, and he's still getting lit up.
And there he goes down, and that is the end of the match. And Exodus has taken a very solid victory over CLOCKWORK Pineapple, and they'll move on through the winners bracket. CLOCKWORK Pineapple will get knocked down to the elimination bracket, but they're not eliminated yet. And we'll be back in just a few moments for Past the Syndicate versus Quebec United Legions, the team that brought the awesome flag food last weekend.
Yes, the flag food. It might come back. Here's hoping.
We're day 4. That means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best.
Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So now is let jump, and let the bodies hit the floor and that is how the glue comes.
Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie broadcasting from a currently exploding Iceland, and I'm joined by Elise Randolph once again. And we have another really creative setup here from Quebec United Legions. A really great match coming up for you. Past the Syndicate bringing exactly the same setup that they brought last weekend. For anyone who doesn't remember, it's an Armageddon, triple EOS and Neros, and then a bunch of Heretics and Tauars and Merlins. Worked out well for them last weekend. Let's see if they can repeat it. And meanwhile, Quebec United Legions, why don't you tell them a bit about this setup, Elise?
Well, they were obviously listening to us, or at least had the same mind. So they brought a dual core lineup, similar to what we saw from Exodus last match. Except for they brought Macarials instead of Rattlesnakes, and they took Daredevils and Cruors and Asteros as their support wing. So lots of webs, lots of control. No damps, no major damping ships from either team. These Merlins are armor Merlins, so they probably have some damps going on. Same with the Heretics on the Pasta side, but let's see.
All right,
Pasta
the match has now
50,
begun.
And Quebec came in at 30. Now Quebec is just zerging straight at the
we do have damps from the Quebec United Legions team, probably from the Cruers, maybe for some of the other, with the Asteros, potentially from the Breacher and some other frigs, and damage being applied back and forth among the support really quickly. Daredevil for Quebec United Legions dropping fast.
Yeah, this Daredevil is not going to last too long. It looks like his Onerios is out of range. He got a few reps off, but a little bit too late.
And the Cruer of Fassi is probably going to follow, although he's got reps on him really fast.
Yeah, he burned back to his Logi, because his Logi obviously got a little bit of damperinoed. But
these Cruers, there's a Daredevil and a Cruer all the way behind the Past the Syndicate line. They've already looped around the other team. They're probably going to be going for the Neros, and that Cruer can cause a lot of trouble for Capgoose and Neros if they can keep him alive.
Unfortunately, he just bopped.
Though the one behind the lines is a Tone Point, and he's still alive.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, he's good.
We're seeing he's now actually looks like nuding one of the Heretics, but we'll see if he can get. Probably hasn't gotten within range of the Aneros yet. He's got his weapon, his nude on the Heretic. Meanwhile, though, those Daredevils are all dead, and I'm sure that this crew is probably going to be the next target. Yep, we're seeing damage already applied to him.
This Pasta Syndicate team is doing the smart thing. They're killing all of the tackle things, making sure their Logi can ride free and kite around. And they're doing a pretty good job. These Max aren't being that effective as a Heretic dies. So maybe they're being a little bit effective, but not as effective as they could be.
That Heretic is actually caught in. He got some structure damage, but he's been caught in armor, and he's repping back up. They're holding on just fine for them. And meanwhile, Astero has died, and that crew behind the enemy lines, there he goes as well. Yeah, Past the Syndicate doing a great job of knocking down these pirate frigates. Now, pirate frigates got rebalanced recently in the Kronos release, and they're all pretty effective in this kind of tournament environment if you can keep them alive. But without the kind of resist bonuses that you see on assault frigs, it is a lot harder to actually keep them up for the whole match.
Yep, and let's see, the Pasta guys are they've got some Curators, and the rest are just just damage drones. They've got Praetors and Augmented Ogres.
All right. So
meanwhile, the Quebec team is using Rep drones, or at least trying to, but they're not.
So we've got one of the remaining Crewers is on top of the Aneros of Capku. He's got him webbed and nuded, and the Macarials are dealing damage. Oh, that Crew is down again right away, though. So that's freed up the Aneros, and he's probably going to be able to reduce a lot more of the damage again. Yeah,
these Heretics and this Tower are just murdering these little frigates. That's what these destroyer hulls are meant to do, and they're just executing. Now, this Breacher, he's getting completely zonked. The Macarial is in half armor. He's not going to live too much longer. He's not going down very fast, but he's still going down. While Capu in the Onerios is starting to take a lot of damage. I think they need to do this a little bit sooner, because if they trade a Mac for an Onerios, it's a really, really bad trade. But if they traded all their frigs for the Onerios, maybe that would be worth it.
Yeah, the Quebec United Aneros is webbed and damped away from the fight, so he doesn't have a single rep applied to the Corrupted Macarial, and there he goes. So it looks like they're essentially neutralized the Aneros without having to even kill it yet. Just keep it away from the fight, keep it damped, and it can't rep anything.
Yep, and it should be noted that this time Pasta did ban out the Foons, which is what Quebec United Legion took last tournament, or last week. and they got a little bit of help from the MJDs last match they had, but I guess Pasta were still afraid of the Foon and the concept of a triple Foon core.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't ban out the curse to get rid of the heavy newt curse. Get that out of the way.
Quebec United Legion's last tournament last match they took a single heavy newt curse. It's called the Sniper Curse. Very rare to see an appearance in a tournament.
But it's very surprising. You never really expect it. And,
exactly. It is a Spanish Inquisition of curse fits. It just sneaks up on you.
So now it's just 2 ships left for Quebec United Legions. They've lost their Aneros. Capcoo's Aneros is hanging on just fine. It looks like it was taking most of the damage from the Geckos dropped by that Eos. They were chasing him around, but he's managed to outrun them. And now he's holding on just fine.
Yeah, he's in range of these Curators as well. Whoever dropped the Curators is just plowing into him. And a strong showing by the Pasta team.
Yep. Yeah, that being said, they brought exactly the same setup twice in a row. So if you're coming up against them next week, you're going to know at least to be ready for this setup. I don't think you can count on them bringing it again, but whatever you bring has to be able to beat this. And so they're going to have to switch it up, and we'll have to see how deep their theory crafting lineup is once they come up against some teams that'll hopefully be prepared for this.
Indeed, and I guess it's going to be Exodus that's going to be fighting against this Pasta team.
That's not an easy matchup, but of course by next weekend in the winner's bracket, none of the matchups are going to be very easy.
Absolutely. Yep. So this week, you think Exodus is going to be training against this EOS team, or do you think they've already trained against it?
I'm sure they've trained against EOS teams in general. The combination of the EOS and the Armageddon, I think Pasta has a flagship Geddon, if I remember correctly, so they have the ability to bring that in this comp as well. So that might be something that Exodus hasn't prepared against specifically, and I'm sure they will this week.
Yeah, but now it looks like the final ship from Quebec United Legion is going down. They're going to be sent into the losers brackets, so they have still another week left in them at least.
Yep.
They're going to play Clockwork Pineapple next week.
Yep.
So they've got a week to prepare.
Of course, all the teams that lose matches today are all still in the tournament. It's not until tomorrow that we have our first elimination games, and we'll have our first team sent home. So that EOS is now dropping through structure, and that is him off the field. So that's a very solid win for Pasta Syndicate, showing some strong consistency and the ability to execute with this setup. Our next match coming up very soon will be the Tuskers versus the Initiative, which is one that I know a lot of people are really looking forward to. And we'll be back for that match in just a few moments, as long as the volcano doesn't kill us all first.
You want to stay up to date on the market? You spend most of your time blowing stuff up, but you want to know why plicks are so damn high? Then watch EVE Talk, your weekly look at the market in EVE Online. EVE Talk with me, the Lone Wolf, every Saturday, only on YouTube.
Have sort of a poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership. Poisonous leadership.
Hello again, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined once again by Elise Randolph, and we have our first flagship of the day on the field. The Tuskers versus Initiative is this match, and the Tuskers have brought an exact replica of their setup from last weekend right down to the flagship Armageddon, piloted by Beamer this time, and they're up against a Tinker setup coming from Initiative, which I'm sure when you're piloting a Tinker, you don't really want to see a flagship Armageddon up against you.
Yeah, that's not something that's pretty. Initiative, by the way, are taking sort of a Tinkerish team, and they kind of already beat a Tinkerish team last week in the cast bout. So this one's has a little bit more range because they're using a Guardian, but we're assuming that they're going to be cap transferring between them. And we're about to start. Yeah, Tuskers took the same team, flag getting and all. So let's see how they work it. Mm-hmm. They will win the Damp War certainly because Initiative took an undermanned setup. And Tuskers have 2 Molluses, so that's at least the Damp War one for them.
So yeah, you can see damps across the entire team from Initiative as the match begins. We have Bouncers out, dropped by the Initiative team, and well, I don't know how well these Bouncers are going to track, but I guess if they're sending them against the Armageddon, that's going to be one way to make sure they hit.
Yeah, I guess. They also took a Navy Dummy instead of as their second core.
A lot of armor damage being taken by that flagship Armageddon. He is not getting reps right now for some reason, and he's down to below half armor before any reps apply to him. The reps arrive, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's getting in close, so it's possible that as he approaches closer and gets his transversal up, the Bouncers won't hit him as well. But that's got to be too close for comfort, considering that's
yeah. Do you think he's just bait tanking a little bit, just hoping that they stay on him?
It's possible now. So it took a little while for some rep drones to arrive on him as well, and now he's got all the reps and he's in closer. It looks like he's tanking fine now, but
all right. So that was a bit of a scare, maybe a little bit of a bait maneuver. Who knows? But it looks like he's under the drone tracking now.
All right, and it looks like we're seeing all the damage from Tuskers being applied to the rep Proteus for the Initiative. They're going to try to break the core of this Tinker setup.
And it's working so far. This armor Proteus doesn't tank as much as like a shield Tinker does. So this is the best course of action. At least they assume so. And with these newts spread around him, even though they have this Guardian up, it's not looking too good. Meanwhile, Initiative just abandoned their Bouncers and they threw out Geckos to deal with the ships that are closer. But now their Proteus is leaking structure. He's going to die. And this Geddon's...
The Geddon's taking a bunch of damage from the Geckos too, but as long as that Proteus dies, there we go. The Proteus is down, and now the rest of the Initiative team should fall pretty quickly, I expect. Wow.
Unless maybe this Guardian's got like some sort of tricks up his sleeve and he's a dual tank Guardian, but it doesn't look like it. He's sort of running away from everything right now. Not very fast. Oh, he's coming back. He's trying to escape the own.
He's directly burning away from everything at this point, off into nowhere.
So this Guardian's got no tricks. This Dami is just melting horribly. The Flag Geddon's holding on the Tuskers team. It looks like Tuskers are just going to walk all over a Tinker. The same way Initiative walked all over Tinker last week. So weird decision to bring this.
So what do you think would motivate somebody to be bringing the Navy Dami in the Tinker? We've seen a Dami Tinker brought last weekend that was similar to Dami Tinkers from last year that was shield tanked, but that was normal Dominixes, which have the tracking bonus. This is a Navy Dami that I still can see no guns on it, so it's not using the big gun damage bonus.
Generally with an immobile team like a Tinker sort of team, like they can't really move anywhere, so you have to really hope you can project damage. And no one's going to be fitting a rail Navy Dami. The only thing I can think of is that they wanted the extra HP that the Navy dummy has, and maybe the extra one mid slot. Maybe they valued that mid slot so much that that they said, okay, let's bump this up to a Navy dummy and sort of rock out with it. But it's tanking more than the dummy did, I guess. But
but if it doesn't help you keep your Proteus alive, then it's not a whole lot of help at all.
the other alternative is that all the initiative pilots were like having a really good time, just like dancing and something. Maybe they had a party and they're like, man, we need like the most points we can shove into a team with like the fewest amount of people. And they came up with a Navy dummy, but not working too good for him. This Guardian, however, is sort of, he's escaping. He's living the win. He's all over by himself. He's sitting on an MJD beacon actually, so when the drones start coming for him, maybe he's just gonna projectile himself out of the arena.
He's just like burning right past it. He is, oh no, he's turning now. It looks like he's, what is he doing? Setting himself in a gigantic orbit. No, he's heading right back into the fight. He has decided to slow boat his way back into the fight now.
He's gonna man fight this Malfreon and the Heretic. Guardian versus Heretic one-on-one honor fight.
Yeah, I mean, the initiative team, I guess, obviously, Tinkers haven't worked out all that well so far this tournament overall. We've seen a couple of really good uses of them. We saw Afterlife almost knock PL into the loser's bracket with a very strong Tinker that fell due to a combination of bumping and a big mistake with the reload of an ASB. But this one just was not enough. A flagship Armageddon is not what you want to be seeing with that. An initiative, they saw that the Tuskers had banned out the Geddon, but they probably at least should have remembered that Tuskers brought a Flaggeddon last week as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've now got two teams in a row that fielded the same team that they did in week 2 or in week 1, and winning with it convincingly, like 100 to 1 wipes or 100 to nothing wipes.
Yeah, very, very strong. And the great thing about this is that if you use the same setup twice in a row, you haven't given away any other setup. So if you do have a deep bench, which hopefully these teams do if they want to go far, you have saved all the rest of them and kept them secret. So you've gotten all the way through 2 weekends without exposing any more than one setup. That's kind of the tournament metagame dream right there.
Absolutely. So just a question, let's throw in some things around. So last week, Tuskers banned Rattlesnake Gila, and they took this team. This week, Initiative banned Rattlesnake Gila, and so do you think that's one of the reasons why they wanted to just take this team? They're like, okay, this team hates rattlesnakes and Gilas, but we're comfortable against everything else. Yeah,
and if they didn't have to ban them out, they were able to use one of their bans to hopefully throw off the other team by banning out the Armageddon and then sidestepping their own ban. Yeah, I think that is a... like, obviously, those are ships they didn't want to come up against, so they must have been pretty happy seeing them.
This Tuskers team is now, in true pirate fashion, ransoming off Shirada's Guardian, or Shiroda's Guardian, for 250 million sweet.
Yep. Saying in local that they need to buy some ships so that they can bring a second comp.
Yeah. So this was very clearly a desperation move on the Tuskers' part, but they won with it, so it's good.
Yep. Yeah, so they'll be moving forward, and they're going to face the winner of our next match, Feigned Disorder and Solar Fleet. So sitting pretty there. Of course, unlike previous tournaments, the prize structure is a bit more spread out this year, which means that all these teams today have already gotten themselves eligible for a bunch of special ship skins for rattlesnakes, and every team that's winning today is in the Plex prize pool. So once you get a win today, you are guaranteed 5 Plex at least out of the tournament. So they got to be very happy with it. Yep.
Yeah.
And that is the end of the match as the Guardian has gone down. So that is the Tuskers moving through very convincingly. And we'll be back in just a moment with Feigned Disorder versus Solar Fleet.
Align. The clock bomb, via, ragazzi, tutto, e via il jump bridge.
Do you like spaceships? Do you like explosions? Airlock Media, we make your corporation look good.
please.
Welcome back, one and all. Sorry about that slight delay, but we are now back for Feign Disorder versus Solar Fleet, and we have two very high DPS setups for you with Claymores and Helas on both sides. Solar Fleet has brought a setup extremely similar to what they brought last weekend. Last weekend was a Sleipnir, but this time it's Claymore, Scimitar, double Vexor Navy, triple Hela, double Worm, Algos, undermanned again, but of course with a lot of hitting power. And Feign Disorder has brought another really cool Claymore Hela setup. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that, Elise?
Yeah, they completely swapped up from what they took last match. They took two Claymores. They've got Hams on the Claymores, I believe. They have 3 Helas and then Worms and Merlins as their tackle. So yeah, stuff is gonna die pretty fast. They both warped in at range to the beacon. They're actually pretty far from one another, which is actually pretty good for them because that's what they wanted. So now it gives them the choice to dictate exactly how they're going to burn around.
All right, so the match has
far,
begun, and lots of damps on Solar.
Yeah. Solar is rushing into them and rushing into Feign rather, and Feign is sort of rushing back in the direction of this MJD beacon that's behind them.
Oh, Solar isn't all rushing. They just have a Vexor Navy issue that's rushing in.
Yeah,
himself.
I guess he didn't get the memo, and he's just charging in to the same micro jump beacon as everyone else, though, and he's not taking much damage yet. So maybe they're just completely confused.
Elisha in the Vexor Navy issue, he's taking shield damage now. You're not seeing any reps on him because he is a long way away from everyone else, and you're about to see him collapse, I think, because he is in the middle of the entire Feign Disorder team.
Meanwhile, Feign Disorder are about to lose their Scimitar. He's got an ASB almost surely, so he's bait tanking a little bit, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Probably more than they want to have done. If they can trade this Vexor Navy, which is about to explode in a second, for this Scimitar, it'll be a great trade for them.
So he has a bunch of these augmented Valkyries on him, but the Vexor Navy didn't get in and web him or anything, so I'm not sure whether that was part of the plan to catch him, but he is going to go down.
Maybe just wanted to scare him.
It's just the medium drones from those Helas are enough. They're great at killing Lodges, and there he goes.
Feign Disorder Scimitar down. Even though Solar sort of whelped their Navy Vexor for no reason, they're still looking really good. Now they're just killing some tackle.
Yep.
And
we're going to have to see where that swarm of augmented Hammerheads and augmented Valkyries and some Geckos goes next, but that is a lot of damage in those drones, and it looks like they're bringing them back to the front lines, maybe against one of the Claymores.
Yeah, the Feign Claymores are now rushing in. They know they've got a fire lit under them now, so they're just rushing straight into the Solar fleet.
Appleton for Solar, he has webs on him now, so he's going to start taking a bunch of damage. We've got the Claymores right on top of him. He's being cap transferred by an Algos. Is that right? No, it's just... Anyways, he's being orbited by his own Algos, and I think he's going to be dropping pretty quickly now.
So tiny little mistakes are what make tournament victories and losers, or separate the victors from the champions. Feign Disorder are shooting the Solar Scimitar with EM drones and explosive drones. Probably not what you want to throw against a Scimitar. Scimitars have a really high resist naturally to EM, and shields are actually pretty good resist against explosives. So this is not ideal for them.
No, but that Scimitar is dropping now. I actually wasn't imagining things. We're seeing energy transfers coming from the entire Solar team onto that Scimitar, including from the Claymore and from the Algoses, which isn't something you see very often, is Algos energy transferring people. But it's not going to be enough to keep the Scimitar alive as he now drops. And meanwhile, the Claymore of Alton is holding on just fine.
Yeah, that tactic might want to be something they want to reconsider for the next week, because that is the only reason that they all died, is because they're all clumped together. If they were able to kite around... they would have been good.
Yeah, these Algoses were sitting right on top of him, and they're now dropping fast.
For some reason, Solar, after they killed that Simi, it was a great kill, but they haven't killed anything at all after that. They've barely put any damage on anything. They're damaging a Kestrel, but they're going to trade a Navy Vexor and an Algos for half of a Kestrel. That's no good. This is turning into a disaster for Solar.
Yeah, I mean, this was obviously they were trying to do something very clever with the energy transfers, hopefully keep that Scimitar repping continuously through the damage, but against 3 Helas and Claymores and Worms that are all on top of you, it's just too much damage for an ASB on a Scimitar to tank.
Absolutely. Now damage is sort of slowing down. These healers on the solar team, they still got their 3 healer core. That's all they really want, I guess.
Yep.
They're now working on this claymore.
Alton is going down. He is boosting, but he's going to be on reload any time now, and he's dropping into armor now. I think he's on reload. So that's going to be a Claymore down for Feign Disorder, but of course Feign Disorder also has 3 healers. So even with these Claymores down, it's not going to be enough.
Do you think this is the only thing the solar team can lock at the moment?
I'm really not sure.
Do you think that's why they went with the Claymore, or do you think they just really hate Claymores? Meanwhile, wow, Claymores has vanished for the solar team. He got 3-shot or something. Like, I just looked away for a second. He was dead.
No, he's still... The Claymore for Solar is still alive. The Feign Disorder has lost one of their Claymores. Zeka Monster, the Claymore for Solar, is still on the field, but they did lose a Gila. Max Zesker.
Yeah, the Gila is what I was...
Yeah, he did go down very fast. They don't have any damps in the Gilas, so they can pick their targets, but obviously without the Scimitar supporting them, they do not have a gigantic tank. And that's something we've seen a lot from this tournament, is these Gilas, even with the decent tanking bonus they've got, once the logistics goes down, they drop very quickly.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to say, hey, I'm a super tanky cruiser, don't try and shoot me, and they just go kind of with a bluff.
Mm-hmm. Now we've got the second Gila tackled for Solar Fleet. At this point, Feign Disorder is definitely in the driver's seat. They're using those frigs very effectively, the worms, to get webs onto the Gilas, and then they can get all the damage applied by the Claymore and the other Gilas. And the next Gila there for Solar Fleet is dropping into low shields, and he'll be dead in just moments.
Yes, and these Solar Fleet healers were kind of doing the buddy system. They were right next to each other for most of the match. So after Alien goes down, Sir Ralph is going to be quick to follow because he's maybe 6 kilometers away from his BFF.
Yep. Meanwhile, Solar is still going after the Claymores. They're trying to take down Horus in his Claymore. They actually might be able to do it. He is dropping, but now actually with that second to last Gila down, he's probably going to be in pretty good shape. I really don't completely understand the choice of the Claymores here. The Claymores are applying damage, and they do have the links, which is like a great thing to knock off the field, but their tank is going to be so much stronger than the Gilas for Feign Disorder.
Yeah, and even though they were able to melt it pretty quick, like just look how fast those Solar Gilas melted. If Solar went for the Gilas instead of the Claymore, it probably could have gotten 2 instead of 1. Instead of 1 Claymore, they could have just gotten 2 Gilas, which is way better at trade. That's like 1400 DPS versus like 500 DPS or something.
So it looks like the Feign Disorder team is going to converge around Zeka's Claymore, the next target that they can basically get tackle on, and bring him down. And meanwhile, they actually might lose Horus's Claymore there. He is dropping pretty low. He might be finished his reload though any time now. So we'll have to see whether they have enough DPS to bring him down.
I can't tell for sure, but it looks like Feign Disorder were shooting the Helidrone because there's only 1 Helidrone left. It's just this one augmented hammerhead just going ham on Horus. And that's just 1 drone's worth of damage.
It's interesting to see that Solar Fleet had brought the Sleipnir last weekend in this basically the same setup, but the Sleipnir was banned out by Feign Disorder this time, so they brought a Claymore. Both teams moved into the Claymore with the Sleipnir banned. We actually saw that being used quite effectively at the end of the last Alliance tournament in that final series between PL and Hydra. A Sleipnir ban pushing in the last match Hydra into a Claymore, which, although it was effective, wasn't as effective as the Sleipnir probably would have been in that team, and really ended up hurting them. The Sleipnir ban and pushing people into the Claymore, it's one of those bans that has actually proven very effective in the past.
Yeah, because it's something that you're like, oh, it's only like 10%, 15% less effective, but those in a game when you only have like a few ships, like that 12% actually means an awful lot. As we see the DPS sort of slowing down a little bit, so Ralph is sort of running away, but they're not really. It looks like maybe Feign is just sort of looting the field a little bit, picking up some of these augmented drones that we see strewn about the place.
These are very expensive drones, and they're in huge demand in this tournament, with the very heavy, like mobile drone rather than sentry drone meta that we've been seeing. Augmented drones have been used by pretty much all the top teams.
Yep, absolutely, and they do well. They're a little bit beefier, they're a little bit faster, they do a little bit more damage. So similar to like the Claymore to Sleipnir trade, the few percentage points you get actually compound greatly. And I don't know if they swung the match for Feign Disorder in this one, but They're still really effective.
Though actually, Feigned Disorder was using Tech 2 drones.
So that's
Solar.
why they're looting.
It was Solar that was using the augmented drones. And yeah, the augmented drones do have a pretty significant advantage. They got the hit points, they've got great damage. They actually got buffed in our recent Chronos release. But yeah, obviously they're no match to bringing your actual maximum number of pilots, which is pretty much always a great strategy. And we've seen now the Feigned Disorder, or the Solar Fleet Claymore of Zeka has flown out of the arena and destroyed for a boundary violation.
Man after my heart. Now the next healer just gets mopped up really quickly.
There we go. And that is the match. Solar Fleet is going down to the losers bracket. Of course, they're still in this tournament. They just have to face elimination next weekend. And Feigned Disorder will be moving forward to face the Tuskers next weekend. So we're going to get ready for our next match, which is the Ronin versus Easily Excited, and which I can already say is shaping up to be one of the best matches today. Some pretty spectacular setups. And we'll be back in just a few moments for that.
Okay, we'll just chillax for a sec, everybody. And then we'll just let Graph explode, and it's gonna be awesome. It's not gonna be worth, 500 bill, but it's gonna be okay.
Do I have to I want every dead motherfucker out of the Alliance.
No.
Every one.
Bro. No mad.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CCB Fozzie, joined once again by Elise Randolph, and we have an amazing match for you coming up now. I wouldn't call myself easily excited, but I'm definitely excited about this one. The Ronin versus Easily Excited, and everyone has just brought lots of rapid light missiles, and there's 6 Arthurses on the field, and it is going to be spectacular.
Yeah, things are going to die super mega ultra fast, and then just there's going to be nothing for like 35 seconds, and then super mega ultra fast death again. So let's start it off. We've got Easily Excited bringing a triple rapid light Orthrus team with a Claymore, some Worms and Harpies. They've got a thing that we don't see very often. It's actually something Ronin took a last match. They have 2 Blackbirds, and they've got a Scimitar as their Logi.
Meanwhile, the Ronin has brought, again, triple Orthruses, a Cerberus, also fielding rapid lights, double Mollusk, or triple Mollusk, Griffin, double Bantams for the reps, and then 2 Vultures fit with rails. Not something we see very often in the tournament either. It'll be great to see how well that works out. Everything in this fight pretty much is fitting rapid lights, including the Blackbirds, including the Claymore. So we are going to be seeing some huge damage applied very quickly as the match has now begun. Damps applied all the way across Easily Excited, and there goes a Carries already.
Carries just vanished. They just got straight volleyed by these rapid light Orthruses, and now it looks like Ronin are going to be winning the damp war super hard.
Yeah, we do see damps applied back the other way onto the Molluses and one of the Orthruses on the Ronin, as already another worm dropping. Ronin is getting these early kills, which are really crucial. I have to imagine that those Bantams for the Ronin are going to be in some danger, because, again, the Orthruses should get to hit them hard, but damps are probably keeping them out of range.
Yeah, right now the Easily Excited team can't get locks on anything.
Another worm down.
Can't project their damage at all. Orthrus is a great ship, one of my favorite. Nobody actually flies it because everyone else thinks it's trash but me. But it doesn't have a very good lock range, so you're gonna have to see these Easily Excited Orthruses get in range as their friends just explode right next to them. So there you go. They got in range, and a Mollusk just instantly vanishes on the Ronin side.
And that's the right primary for Easily Excited. They need to get these Molluses off the field really fast, because that's what's keeping the rest of their damage from being able to apply. But it's probably too little too late at this point. All of the frigs for Easily Excited are already dead.
Yeah, that's it. We're almost getting to the point where we're going to have to reload on these Orthruses as they're killing a Blackbird. Let's see, the Easily Excited guys just volleyed straight off the 2 Bantams. They're gone.
Yep.
So, there's your Logis. And another Mollusk is actually about to eat it right now, but he just needs one. Oh, there he goes.
Yep, there he goes off the field.
But at the same time, this Blackbird is also gone, so it's just triple Orthrus versus like 2 Vultures. I don't know what these Vultures are going to do, but they're not going to die too fast to this Orthrus.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Vultures are actually sitting on the micro jump drive beacons here. They are ready to move if they need to get to a different position on the field. Just sitting on the micro jump drive beacon that will allow them to move 100 kilometers in any direction. Of course, those are very dangerous to use. We've seen a lot of people mess up micro jump driving in this tournament so far.
So here we go. The Ronin were just taking little pot shots at the Easily Excited Scimitar, said, wait a minute, these Orthruses probably have no tank. Let's just volley straight through them. And they 4-shot the Orthrus, and he's gone. Maybe they just got a lucky jam cycle with this Griffin, and now they're going back to the Easily Excited Simi, knowing that in a long, drawn-out fight, this is going to be what's going to help them win. And there he goes. Straight through armor, straight through structure. He's done.
Yeah. At this point, it's Ronin in a really great position. These Vultures are obviously applying damage. They're able to use the Orthruses very effectively, and Easily Excited is just losing the damp war at the beginning, and then losing this very similar matchup.
Orthrus go boom again. These Ronin Orthruses are actually fit with XL ASBs, so they probably have maybe 5,000 shields total, probably a little bit less. So they're super Paper Tiger fit, and they are really fun to watch.
There goes the last of the Orthruses from Easily Excited. All they have is a Claymore left, and that one is going to go down really quickly.
Yeah, this is the first time today we've seen sort of a missile kiting team. Last week we saw some drone kiting teams and the like, and even today we saw a few drone kiting teams. But this is the first missile kiting team with 2 Vultures, just because why not? And it's just dominating, just completely, utterly dominating.
Vultures, of course, have proven to be very effective in nullsec fleet warfare on Tranquility in recent, like since they got updated a couple expansions ago, but haven't been very popular in the tournament. The tracking on them is always a little bit of an issue, and because you can't engage at those really extreme ranges contained in the arena, do you think that there's a place for the Vulture in the meta?
I don't know. I think they're really, really expensive when you can take a Sleipnir instead. But I mean, obviously it worked for these guys. Obviously they had a little bit of racial uniformity as well. And well, who knows? Maybe these vultures also had like secret things in their mids that we don't know about. Either way, this Orthrus team, they came up, or for the Ronin, they came up against the perfect team for them to completely murder zone. It was great. Like if they came up against something that was a little bit different, then maybe these Orthruses have a hard time. But this was just Donk City all the way.
And really, really great execution. With that, the Ronin move on and easily excited to get knocked down into the elimination brackets. We'll be back very soon for Test Alliance versus TNT.
Waffles, 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 waffles.
Oh no, I bombed.
You bombed us.
So.
I'm sorry, guys.
kill the thingy. A thingy just landed. Okay, align to that territorial thingy. Kill the thingy. Snow get thingy. Starburst. Kill the thingies.
Welcome back, one and all. This is CCB Fozzie, joined once again by Elise Randolph, and this is Test Alliance Please Ignore versus Tactical Narcotics Team on day 3 of the 12th Alliance Tournament, and you see some gorgeous Stratios cruisers on your screen there. TNT has brought a Stratios team that looked really cool. Armageddon, Eos, Guardian for Reps, Triple Stratios, Triple Vengeance, Triple Tristan. A lot of triples on that team. Meanwhile, why don't you tell us a little bit about the test team, Elise?
The test team are taking a more traditional, like what we saw from last week. They have a Triple Eos, Triple Vexor team, supported with a few Molluses, Heretics to kill tackle, and just this one little Enyo to do all their tackling needs. Mm-hmm. They're very actually similar teams, even though they look different. They're quite similar.
Yep, both relying on drones.
And the Stratios. Yep.
And the match has now begun. Test came in at 50, while TNT brought most of their guys in at 0 on the beacon. And we'll see how they approach. We got Geckos dropped right away, and Valkyries and Warriors by the TNT team. And basically the same coming from Test.
Yeah, the drones are just meeting in the middle right now. They both drop drones. They're throwing them at one another. It looks like TNT is going for the Test Onerios of Dante. And, well, that's where the drones are headed at least. Yep. Meanwhile, Test is just trying to chew through this Geddon, and it looks like they're having a pretty good time at it.
Yeah, they're knocking him into armor pretty quickly. He is taking some big chunks out. Meanwhile, the drones have caught up with Dante's and Eros, but the Heretics for Test are orbiting him and killing drones, and they're killing them quite effectively.
We've got a smart bomb alert here. This TNT Geddon, followed by Oxygen, is smart bombing, and just 2 waves of drones just died. The Geckos, of course, are still there. And but that's all that's left around this this TNT Geddon. He is going to be pulling back reps now. And look, both these teams have a lot of composure. They're actually killing drones. But this ASB Onerios isn't going to tank enough, I think, on the Test team. He's leaking into armor. These drones aren't dying nearly fast enough, no matter how hard these Heretics are trying.
Yeah, his entire team is currently surrounding him and trying to all basically focus on the drones. They're basically approaching the Oneros at 0, but now he has a bunch of Stratioses with their newts right on top of him, and that's going to be a little bit too much, I think. His hard newts will be turning off.
The ASB cycle, he's on reload now, I believe. So this Void Oneros is going down. This Geddon, however, on TNT is still going down, even though there aren't that many drones on him. These Geckos take forever to die to the smart bombs. But, I mean, maybe he's bait tanking a little bit. Who knows?
I don't know. It's always risky to bait tank with a ship that's this crucial and has worth this many points. There goes the Oneros.
Meanwhile, Test did just a sneaky maneuver, swapped over to this Guardian. He was damped down. He had to come right next to the Guardian to rep him. Now all the drones are on the TNT Guardian, and he's about to die.
Yep, yeah, he is dropping very, very quickly. He's got armor maintenance bots that were on the Geddon over to him, but yeah, too little, too late.
Wow, that's a huge swing for Test right here. TNT were winning when they won the Logi trade. Test just made a shrewd maneuver, said, okay, let's just kill this Logi and we'll focus on the Geddon later.
Meanwhile, let's see where those Test Geckos go. They're probably going to go back onto the Geddon. Nope, they're going to be coming back maybe to one of the Stratios.
Some of the Stratioses from TNT are actually all up in Test Grill. Probably not where they want to be in hindsight, but they had to get newts off and tackle on that Onerios.
And that first Eos is going to go down. The Stratios of Shimzu is dropping, but the Oneros of Samatra is dropping faster, and there he goes. So that's a big kill for TNT. That's a lot of DPS off the field.
Yeah, that is a huge swing around.
And potential links, too, and there goes the Stratios trade. So that being said, Eos worth significantly more than Stratios, both in drone damage and in the links.
Yep. Though this Geddon's still doing okay for TNT. He's all up in everyone's business as well. Like, you'd think, hey, I'm in half armor, I've got no reps coming in, maybe I should kind of run away a little bit, but nope.
now. He's sitting
full
pretty.
on brave.
Yeah, and at this point, there aren't any drones on him, so although he's in half armor, he's actually not dropping. And we're seeing another trade going to go back and forth. Faith in the EOS is dropping at about the same speed as Jagger Jack Jones in the Stratios, and that's going to be another bad trade for Test. Losing these EOSs is going to hurt them a lot.
Yep, and it looks like the EOS is actually going to die before the Stratios even goes down. So that's a super good trade for TNT, who are showing a lot of good quality signs you would expect from a really powerful team. But I mean, last week we saw this TNT team win in like the clowniest game I've ever seen in my life, and now they're just full composure owning.
It's impressive. Yeah, like you said, last weekend they basically got lucky, and no one was really expecting them to win that match. But here they've put together a pretty solid team, using smart bombs effectively, which is something that a lot of teams haven't been doing, but they really should be considering this drone meta. And there you go. It's another Enyo drops for Test. They're doing very well.
But at the same time, TNT are starting to lose a little bit of their damage. Now you can see like these trades aren't going as well for them. This EOS and Stratios trade, it's still going okay, but they're probably going to lose the EOS or the Stratios before the EOS goes down. And then maybe TNT are going to find themselves in a really bad position because their Gen's 30% armor and dropping as well. So
we're seeing split damage though. There's a whole set of infiltrators that are shooting the Armageddon at the same time as damage is being applied to the Stratios. Don't know why Test is shooting 2 targets at once here. These drones
they're actually shooting 3 now because this Tristan just popped.
I mean, that at least makes a bit more sense because the heretics would go after the frigs. But yes.
Yeah, I guess. Still, the Stratios and Gedden are still alive, and Test didn't really get too much for it.
Yeah, I mean, if Test had been focusing on the one ship, they could have taken it down a lot faster. The Stratios is now dropping. As we saw, a smart bomb go off in the Stratios, so they had a lot of smart bombs on this TNT team. And now the drones are going to be heading back to this Armageddon to finish it off. If they'd focused on the Stratios, they probably would have killed it long before the EOS had died and then been able to use some of that EOS damage on the Armageddon. But because of the split damage, they are losing Vexors very quickly, and the Vexors are all the DPS they have left.
Yeah, this Gedden is right now the bane of Test Alliance. He is living and just killing stuff. Like, everything's dying, and he's still somehow miraculously alive. He's got 10% armor left, so he's going to die before another Vexor dies.
Yep, but
maybe.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, he does have those are inactive infiltrators. I don't even know what would be applying damage to him at this point. He's in pretty good shape. There's very little damage being applied from the Test team. They've only got the 2 Vexors and then the heretics doing damage. Man, this Gedden, if they'd managed to kill it, and they are going to get it, I think. He's in structure now. He's taking damage from the light missiles on the heretic, and that's probably going to be enough to kill him. But they probably would have already had him killed if they focused their fire earlier on.
So this TNT team, it's looking pretty good for them. Like, they've been making all the right trades somehow. But it's going to quickly go really, really dark for them really fast because they're going to have, soon they're only going to have 3 ships left. And Test has 2 Molluses, so each ship's going to have maybe a 10-kilometer lock range if you're lucky. So even though they'll have the DPS ready to do it, they have no means to apply it. They have to get right up in there.
Yeah, I mean, the EOS is going to be using heavy drones, so it might be able to take down that Vexor, but it'll have a very hard time killing. As I say that, though, the Heretic is getting dropped by some Vengeances, so that's going to be a Heretic off the field for Test, which, since the Heretics are a lot of the DPS for Test, that's a good move by TNT. And there goes the Armageddon.
Finally dies.
So TNT is currently winning on points. TNT's sitting at 82 points, Test at 76. Really, Test need to get kills on these Vengeances. But yeah, I don't know. Like,
the Test Vexors have that one Vexor has no drones left.
He can pick up drones off the field, though, I'm sure.
Maybe that's what he's trying to do right now.
That's a Heretic dropping, though. They need to kill these Vengeances. If Test kills the 2 Vengeances, they win on points. They have 2 minutes to do so. That being said, though, without a Heretic, it's going to be really hard, and there's no way they're killing the EOS. They just don't have enough damage to knock down this EOS in 2 minutes. And so TNT may scrape by on points. All they need to do is keep the EOS and at least one of the Vengeances alive, and they win this match. Actually, even now, the Vengeances... now that they've killed the Heretic, they can lose both Vengeances. They just need to keep the EOS alive. So that's it. TNT is going to win this match with another pulling it out of nowhere for the second match in a row for TNT. We look at the match going halfway through. We expect TNT to lose, and their opponents managed to throw it away, in this case by splitting up damage for no apparent reason between a Stratios and an Armageddon for a good minute.
Yeah, that was... Tests are going to be kicking themselves in the rear because of this one. They had it in the bag, and then lost it, and then had it again, and then lost it, and then had it again, and then they finally just now lost it, or at least it seems to be.
Yeah, unless this EOS jumps out of the arena. Rez in his Vexor is going down. He does have guns as well as the drones, so, I mean, he does do a pretty good damage for a cruiser, but it's just not going to be enough. He's shooting at a Vengeance, and that's not going to get him the points he needs. He needs to kill the EOS to get to win this match, and he's going to structure now.
Yep, so the EOS just, it looks like he assigned drones to the Vengeances, and the Vengeances were able to apply the damage. They don't go very fast, but I guess they go faster than a Vexor, so that's all they needed. And TNT wins somehow.
Yeah, there's still 35 seconds left, but at this point there is no way the test takes this match unless that EOS ejects itself out of the arena, because that is enough points by itself to more than equal the entire test team. Yeah, that's an impressive showing from TNT, managing to scrape it through. They're going to be up next against, though, the Ronin, which is a team that I really doubt will throw the match partway through and hand it to them.
Yep, and it's not like they're horribly throwing it away. Like they're just bad.
No,
they're just like these tiny little decision making quirks. Just build up, and they just built up into just trades going just barely the wrong way for poor Test.
Yep, yeah, I definitely didn't want to equate Test with the Nest of Vipers performance from last week, because that was on a whole different level. But yeah, it just wasn't quite enough for Test here. They are going to be losing this match on points, and that is time. And so that means TNT will continue to move on to face Ronin next weekend in the winners bracket. Test will move down into elimination bracket, though they're still in it in this tournament. And we are going to be back very soon for what is probably the most anticipated match in this first half. The Camel Empire versus the 4th District, two teams that we expect to do some really fun things for us. So we'll be back after a few ads for that in just a moment.
Alliance.
Welcome to Wormwood Space Man. We be flying tech trees and smoking them trees. This about Alliance represented by Pandora Spear and Viper Fleet Inc.
Go for Tower Wars, free for all on Tower Wars.
Welcome back, everyone, to this next match on day 3 of the 12th Alliance Tournament. This is CCB Fozzie, joined by Elise Randolph once again, and this is Camel Empire versus 4th District. Camel Empire, of course, a team that everyone is expecting to do very well in this tournament because they had a great showing as Thingy in the last New Eden Open. 4th District with a huge tournament history, and they are bringing something really outside the box from 4th. It's what I assume is a Tinker setup. Triple Proteus, Eos, Legion, Rapier, double Talwar. So one of these Tech 3s is going to be the Repper most likely, and I don't know how well it's going to work in practice, but it'll be interesting to see.
It is definitely an interesting setup. But meanwhile, Camel have a double Claymore, double Gila core with some Damps and just a little Griffin just chilling by himself and some Heretics to kill small tackle. These Gilas and Claymores are hand fit, so they're going to want to go in all up in these guys' business. And the match has just started now.
Yep, and we're seeing Geckos and medium armor maintenance bots dropped by the 4th team, so we're going to have to see whether that can apply much damage. Laddle and his Rapier is kind of moved forward a little bit, and already a Talwar off the field from 4th.
Yeah, no, this is not really good composure for these guys. These Talwars aren't getting any reps at all. Maybe the repping T3 is sort of separated, but these ships themselves are actually pulling apart from one another, which is not really ideal or optimal. As those 2 towers are dead, now this Rapier is taking a lot of damage from the Camel Deeps.
I'm really not sure what this 4th District team is actually doing here. They've spread out way too much for a normal Tinker team. The Rapier is now getting reps in, so the Legion is the repper for the team. The Rapier pulled back, but it doesn't look like... Oh, he's being saved right at the edge of structure in his low armor. But the rest
He's not
of the
looking
team,
good, though. There he goes.
The rest of the team is out of range of that Legion, except for the Eos. The Proteus has moved up forward, and so did the Rapier, and that's why he wasn't getting reps. So in a Tinker team like this, when you have a Tech 3 as your only repper, the downside of the Tech 3 is that it doesn't have a range bonus for its remote rep. You have to stay close to it. That's why the bumping was almost very effective when Afterlife brought a Tech 3 repper. But I don't know what these 4th District guys are doing here, actually.
Yeah, they're definitely way outside the box. This is some new meta stuff going on that we're seeing firsthand. Unfortunately for them, I guess they didn't want to see this type of team because it's not working at all.
Yeah, Alexander's Proteus still not getting any reps. So it's taking damage, but it's out of range of the Legion, and so it just might as well not have any remote repairs on the team.
Legion is now charging in at the blistering speed of 300 meters a second to save his Proteus friend. But his Proteus Alexander is not really gonna do too well here. I mean, meanwhile, the Camel team hasn't taken any damage on any of their ships. They've got like 5% of shield damage on one of their Gilas, and their Griffin took like just a stray shot once a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, it looks like so the drones are sitting on Zebos's Gila, but he's actually just moving fast enough that he's evading a lot of the damage, and the rep drones on him are pretty much able to keep him alive. The Scimitar isn't even having to bother.
Yep, so Draenor in the Camel Scimitar just came in, just pick up some loot or something, and the Eos was able to get some Geckos on him, but he's got armor or shield maintenance bots on him, so he'll be fine. He's pulling a little bit of range now. The Hubris is out of his system.
And now another Proteus is about to die and still doesn't have any reps on it. I have to imagine that maybe this was a collective mistake, that there was miscommunication about whether the team would move forward as a group or stay back, and that the Proteuses and the Rapier and the Talwars all moved forward while the Legion and the Eos stayed behind. But that's a really, really painful mistake to make when you're in a Tinker team like this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're playing in a match, like if you're just watching, you're saying, oh, it's no big deal. I can easily say, you can say which one you should shoot. But when you're actually in the thick of things, sometimes you double click in space, sometimes you just don't think about where your ship is going for a couple seconds, And then, especially with a Tinker team like this, an Armor Tinker, you can't just make those mistakes. Like, it means you're dead. And this Legion wasn't even going to tank anything anyways. So even if they all stayed together, at least they have that going for them. They would have died anyways.
I love to say I'm going to be fascinated to see the fits on these Tech 3 cruisers. The Proteuses are using 250mm rails as well as the drones, so they're not going to be tracking great up close, but they can apply damage pretty far. So it'll be fun to see the kill boards afterwards, but it is only now a matter of time. Camel Empire is going to mop the rest of these two ships up, and we'll get a probably total hell death win.
Yeah, most certainly. And it's gonna come in the next couple seconds here. Maybe it'll be delayed a little bit. I see some Camel guys throwing out some cap charges and superfluous ammo just to loot the rest of the field. Maybe they're also really interested at what these fits were, because it's definitely some outside of the box new meta stuff. But 4th District are gonna have to shake this one off and just kind of regroup for next week. They're not totally eliminated. They have got at least a week left in them. They play. They play next week. The winner of our next match they play, or the loser of our next match they play next week, right?
Actually, no. They're going to play the winner of one of the matches from tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it'll be. We don't know. We're not going to know till tomorrow who they're going to face, but they will be in the elimination brackets next weekend. They're going to be up against the wall, and of course, this is a team with a lot of tournament experience, so they might be a pretty dangerous one in the losers bracket, but obviously not dangerous enough to knock Camel Empire down. Camel Empire with another very dominating showing in this match, and they'll be
this was a clean sweep.
And yes, with that, we're going to send you to some ads and be right back very soon for MIF versus Sleeper Social Club.
So he's gonna live to fly another day. Because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's. This was a very interesting match. I'm gonna come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Hello once again, space friends. This is our next match of the 12th Alliance Tournament, MIF versus Sleeper Social Club, and we got another great one for you. MIF bringing double Sleipnir, Basilisk, triple Gila, triple Worm, Stiletto, double Merlin, and Sleeper Social Club with lots of drones, Stratiuses and Eoses.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sleeper Social Club team, they both came in at pretty much max range, and the beacons they chose means they are as far away from one another as they possibly can be. So there's I guess both teams wanted this, so it's gonna be interesting to see what they do given the positioning they both have. The Sleeper Social team's got a bunch of Stratioses supported by the Ishkers, so they'll be probably a little bit faster. Because these Merlins, I assume the MIF Merlins aren't tackle Merlins, they're just kind of like utility Merlins. But the match starts now, so we'll know for sure in a second.
Yep.
Drones launched.
Couple of dams going across the field. Yeah, and so it's worth noting MIF banned out Balgorn and Armageddon, so they obviously were very averse to facing lots of nuding in this fight, so we'll have to see whether that plays into their fits at all. But their Sleipnirs are slowly moving across the field to get on top of Sleeper Social Club.
Yeah, the MIF team is just lumbering about. No team actually making any big movements. You see some drones going out. There are some Sleeper Social Club geckos just kind of chilling in the center of the arena, just slowly going towards their target right now. It looks like they're going to be trying to shoot a Sleipnir, because that's all they can hit.
Yeah, the SSC Ares is moving across the field. Looks like he's going to try to get tackle. He's almost on top of the Sleipnirs. The rest of the team is well behind those. So if they can switch the Damp over to the Aneros, they can probably kill the Ares very easily.
Yes, and let's see what's going on.
And it's drones. They're shooting drones. So right now, the entire MIF team is focusing on the geckos and augmented hammerheads that are moving across the field. And I just saw a gecko explode. So that's going to really hurt. These Eoses don't, and Stratios especially, don't have unlimited drone base. So if they can knock out the waves of drones, it's going to really help them later in the fight.
That is definitely one thing that we have yet to see really organized in any sort of aspects right now is the drones that actually move around. You can kill them. Like, drones are a damage type. They're great because you could throw them onto people, but they're the only damage type in even, at least in the tournament setting, that you can completely destroy. Like, you can't destroy the other guy's guns. You can try and damp him or tracking disrupt him, but these things are gone forever once the drones are dead.
And in what may be a bad sign, SSE is sending a second wave of drones, and this one includes some EC-300s. It looks like they might have some ships that don't have any damage drones left, but we'll see.
Those might be some desperation drones thrown out there. Just say, hey, just lock me up and you'll kill me and it won't do anything.
There's also some more geckos. But yeah, that first Ares that charged across the field and went in with no support is dead. But other than that, there's been no significant damage applied to the ships.
Yep, so... Jeez, these guys came in range and they're holding their range.
So
these
it looks like
Sleeper Social Clubs are just staying all the way in the back.
So one of the MIF Stilettos decided to exchange the favor with that Ares and is charged in by himself towards the SSC team. We'll see if they manage to get a web on him before he gets out of there. But he is trying to get a tackle on, it looks like, one of the Ishkers. And yep, he's now webbed and scrambled, so he's probably going to drop pretty quickly. But
yeah, for sure, man. There's almost nothing going on. There's actually a lot going on, but you can't see it. As a Tristan explodes, he came out a little bit too far. Mr. Snooze. Oh no, he might be saved. He's just trying to go out there and kill something, get something on the board.
He's up engaging with that Stiletto, which is dropping. So the Stiletto dropping through structure now, and that's going to be one interceptor dead for each team, but otherwise even. An Ishkur for SSC, taking a lot of armor damage, and is going to be going to structure quickly. If they can't catch reps on him, then he'll drop fast. But he does have reps.
Yeah, this Ishkur is kind of in no man's land over here, and there he goes. So he was able to get reps, but... He was just right in the middle of all of the
so now
MIF
damage being applied to the SSC and Neros. He doesn't have any tackle on him, but he is taking damage. He's got a couple of augmented Valkyries around him now from one of the Gilas. Only looks like one wave at the moment. The rest are still on other targets, but yeah, there you go. They're trying to take down that Tristan. We'll see if they move any more drones onto him.
This is where we see decision making coming into play here. SSC, they're... Like, the Onirios is going to die. Their Onirios is going to die. And in the meantime, they're going to try and trade it for a Gila. But the Gila is still getting Basilisk reps. He's all the way in the back. He has no tackle. he actually might be trying to go for this jump beacon. Not quite there yet.
So there's a Sleipnir now for MIF charging across the field to get on top of this Oneros. I don't know why their drones from the other Gilas aren't on him. He has one wave of Gila drones on him and just one wave, but now he has a Sleipnir as well. And that Sleipnir is going to have tackle on him in a moment. There it goes. That's a web on the Oneros, and now he's going to be dropping fast. And even if they traded for the Gila, that's a good trade for him.
This is a huge trade if you get the Oneros for the Gila trade. MIF still have a lot of damage once their one Gila dies. But as soon as this one Oneros is dead, that's a linchpin. That can't come back. Yep. And so you've got, and actually 2 targets died simultaneously for...
Yeah, so those 2 ships both went down, and they're actually worth similar points, but that Oneros for SSC is much, much more valuable. We're probably going to see the remaining frigs for SSC dropped off the field quickly by the worms, and then these Stratioses are going to be taking the brunt of the large ship damage.
Yeah, these Stratioses are now kind of about to get super mega dunked. They're tackled horribly. The Sleipnir is right on Blitz's face, so he's going to go down. There's actually some split damage, but that's just some incidental stuff from the worms. The frigates are kind of having their own little battle up in the top of the arena, killing one another, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the wave of worms and merlins is actually a very strong support wing in these kind of brawls. They're a bit vulnerable to large ships, but when it comes down to frigates versus frigates, worms are going to do a really good job for you. And all of the ships are tanking just fine for MIF now. One Stratios down for SSC, another one is going to be following next, and MIF in a really, really strong position. And that's going to be the second wrong prediction for me on my little guest sheet so far today. SSC and Test letting me down.
Yeah, Sleeper Social Club looked really convincing in their win last week, and MIF beat a team that I guess everyone thought they should have beaten once you saw the field, so it wasn't that surprising. They beat like a really, really weird Tinker setup that wasn't ever going to win. But, I mean, they're looking good here. They made the right decisions. They killed that Oneros, they won the trade, and they're going to just go out of here with an Ares and a Gila down, and they'll have probably wiped all of Sleeper Social Club off.
Yeah, I expect that in the remaining 3 minutes, they'll easily be able to finish off these last 3 ships. In these kind of matchups where both teams prefer to fight at fairly close range, you actually see that usually the team that is engaging more carefully is the one that comes out on top. Charging in is not what you want to do. So both teams were a bit cautious at the beginning. They both shot at drones, but we saw MIF get the best of that initial engagement, and they were able to get that Oneros down while only trading a Gila, which is what gave them the rest of this match, gave them momentum that they kept going.
Yeah, they were both very cautious going in. Not overly cautious, though. They didn't decide to throw it to a 10 minutes stalemate just because, as we saw in a previous match. But, yeah, this time a worm died. Another worm's probably going to die. He's just kind of doing his own thing, maybe looting some wrecks, maybe not paying attention too much. But he just got repped.
Yep. So this is going to be the last match before our break in the middle of the day for this day of the 12th Alliance Tournament. After the break, you're going to be coming back to 2 new commentators. It's going to be CCP Rise and Bacchanalian, and they'll be taking you through the second half of the day. Second half of the day has got some really exciting matches. Are there any that really stand out to you, at least? What match are you looking most forward to in the second half?
I am most looking forward to the PL match.
Yep, PL versus Shadow Cartel. Yep.
Yeah, PL versus Shadow Cartel is going to be a good one. And then obviously, if you're a fan of the tournament, you're going to be watching the Hydra match. Like, even if you don't expect their competition to be very strong, you're still going to watch them, see what they do. So I'm definitely going to be tuning into both of those. Yep. I'm actually just going to be sitting here all day watching the entire thing. Those are the 2 that I'm looking forward to the most.
Yeah, I think those are 2 that I'm definitely looking forward to as well. But one that maybe a little bit less kind of on people's radar that I'm really looking forward to, CVA versus Outbreak, right before that Hydra match, second to last match. CVA, I have been super impressed with both this tournament, like last weekend, and also last tournament. They've had a really, really good set of teams, and just they seem to be having a lot of fun with these tournaments. They are bringing teams that win and that also are surprising people, that are showing off their role-playing, the way that they enjoy the game, and they've taken that and brought it to the tournament with some great success. So it's been really, really great to see them do that. They brought an all-Amarian team last weekend, and I can't wait to see what they're going to bring versus Outbreak. I actually have them picked as my pick versus Outbreak. I think they're going to be able to take it.
I think they are the favorites versus Outbreak. Like, I don't think you can't really expect a Sacrilege Damnation team. Like, no amount of preparation can get you ready for that.
And they did a great job last year of surprising people, so let's see what they'll do towards the end of the day today. But that is the end of this match, so that means we are going to be going to our break. That is going to be the last match for both yourself and me for commentating today, but we'll be back with people. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll all be back in Iceland next weekend. So heading to the break, and we'll see you all very soon for our next match, Rogue Capel versus Scum, after the break.
Hello, welcome back to the Alliance Tournament. I am CCP Rise, and I'm replacing CCP Fozzie, and with me I have Bach and Alien coming in for Elise Randolph. Bach, why don't you tell us about what we have on the field?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. We have a Rote Capel team and a Scum team sitting awfully close to one another. They came in at a pretty acute angle. They did come in at range. We have a triple Sleipnir setup, Scimitar, 2 Celestis, 3 Heretic, 2 Mollis, and a Kitsune for Scum. And Rote Capel are bringing out a double Armageddon, double Eos, Onero, double Heretic, triple Talwar, double Kestrel setup. So we're going to see a very quick support war here with a lot of small ships and an interesting matchup between these Sleipnirs and 2 Geddons and 2 Eos.
Yeah, and if you guys weren't around last weekend, just to jog your memory a bit, this is almost exactly the same setup for Rote that they had last weekend. They've changed a little bit with their support, swapped out a Celestis for these Heretics, basically. Scum, on the other hand, were in a really bizarre match where they had a couple Nightmares, I believe. They ended up winning after the match went to time, and they won kind of in the super tie-dye mode afterwards. So they've switched things up quite a bit by going to these Sleipnirs.
And underway, it looks like I see Damps going across the field both ways, yet no drones launched. And now here goes some drones from the Scum side, augmented Berserkers. Interestingly, have a Heretic, Scum Heretic pulling off by himself.
Kitsune down almost immediately for the Scum team, taken off the field really quickly, probably by those Talwars. Heretic taking some damage on Rote Capel along with the Talwar. So many Damps on the field, you can see there's, like you said, a huge support war going on here to figure out who will get control of just being able to lock.
Yeah, we have a Mollis down, a Celestis into armor. Meanwhile, the Rote Capel Talwar is into armor as well. Heretic Ruri Hoshino stripped of shields, but holding up. That Celestis is losing armor little by little. His shields are coming back, though.
Yep, looks like going to go for those Celestis next, and they're making really good progress. He is boosting back, getting reps from the Scimitar, but it looks like they're breaking him. He is, taking another big chunk of structure damage there. He'll probably be going down in just a second. In the meantime, Carrie's taking a lot of damage as well.
Yep, Mollis off the field.
Or Mollis, sorry, yeah.
And a Talwar now, taking into very low armor. We'll see if the repairs get on that fast enough. A Heretic for Scum as well, stripped of shields, half armor. Celestis into low armor as well. Now the Scimitar also taking damage. Heretic into structure and off the field. Celestis soon to follow, I should say, and the Talwar follows him as well.
Yeah, and you can see now at the beginning of the match there was Damps across both teams pretty evenly, at least just in terms of number applied, but by now Rote has a complete lock on the E-War battle. They've gotten the Celestis out of the way, they've gotten the Mollis out of the way, and now those Sleipnirs are going to really struggle to get anything done.
Yeah, it doesn't look like NR is having a whole lot of trouble keeping repairs on Ruri Hoshino's Heretic there. Neoneros is doing a good job. We have Phil's, with a name I'm not going to try to pronounce. Phil on the Scum team, Scimitar is holding up, taking a little bit of damage. Hasn't used his ASB yet, probably because doesn't want to waste a cycle, but both Sleipnirs we see taking a little bit of damage. Galaoth seems to be the primary target at this point.
I don't know if you guys were able to see that yet, but one of the Scum Sleipnirs, piloted by Zacharias, actually just used one of the MJD beacons, or his own MJD. One way or another, he just jumped across the field and got free of that kind of fight down in the middle, but while that's happening he lost one of his friends in the other Sleipnir, which did actually go down, so Scum getting beaten up pretty bad here by Rote.
Yeah, and the Scimitar now into armor. This is a pretty effective setup from Rote Capel, very well executed. I know talking to Tyrus this morning, the Rote Capel captain, he was saying that he had quite a few setups at his disposal today to use, and he really didn't know which one he was going to use, so I am surprised to see them bring basically what you said, a rehash of last week's setup.
And a rehash of what they relied on a lot in the last Alliance tournament as well. They really, really love these Armageddon setups, and it seems like the thing they're most comfortable with. I wonder if they'll be able to get away from that at some point and try something completely different, because eventually people are going to start expecting this if they just keep bringing it.
Well, maybe that's the mind game, the meta they're playing. Fozzie even called it out as a very standard Rote Capel cap warfare setup, so why not play into that? And, first 2 weekends you don't show anything of your hand, and you get into the last weekend with all your setups still hidden, so...
And while we're babbling, everything else is died on the Scum side except for these 2 Sleipnirs that did MJD away from the middle of the fight there. I don't know if Rote will come out after them. It looks like for now they're not really bothering and just keeping them damped out while they collect loot. They'll probably come after them eventually, I guess, or MJD towards them using those beacons pretty soon. But that's why they're not taking damage.
Whoa, did one just boundary violate?
Yes, absolutely. Boundary violation for one. We'll see if the other does us the service of following his friend.
Oh no, he's turning around.
Not sure if the first one may have been. He's sitting right next to an MJD beacon, so it could have been that he activated it again.
Activated, yeah.
Not that there's much he can do in the match by staying on the field, but
that is something we saw happen last week, where someone was at 0 velocity activating an MJD beacon, which kind of leaves you not knowing where you're going to land. In fact, in that match, it actually cost them the match. It was a Paladin, very end of the match. They were way ahead. Paladin, micro jump dives out of the arena, dies, and loses the match for him. So.
And I don't know what Road's gonna like. They still have so much time. I have to imagine they'll come out and kill this guy eventually. But if you guys are new to watching the tournament, this is of course all on Tranquility. So the assets do matter, which is partly why Road might be motivated to loot stuff on the field. It's also why sometimes at the end of a match, a pilot will try and just do whatever he can to keep the ship alive, because there's a few 100 million ISK here that this guy can save if he doesn't let them kill his Slipner before the time goes all the way to 0. So that is something to keep in mind. But it looks like now Road is heading down here, at least. Well, I don't know. They're kind of just chilling.
Yeah, it's hard to account for what they're doing. I mean, all I see left on the field are light shield maintenance white bot 1s and some EC300s. I can't imagine we're that hard up for cash, considering how much I know I personally put into the fund. So I don't know what they're doing. Hanging out right now, having a good time, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I mean, the Geddons, of course, are really slow. It would take them a while to get down there. Same with the EOSs, but they have these MJD beacons everywhere. Another thing maybe we could mention, if you guys are just tuning in now, this tournament does have a cube of deployable micro jump drive structures that any of the ships in the match can use. And so you'll see that at least some can cause problems, of course, because they're not in the center of the arena. You can jump yourself outside and get blown up from boundary violation. But I don't know. Rote doesn't seem interested in using them here.
Local, actually, we're saying we're not going to try to chase you down. We're too slow. We're not going to throw away support to you. But you guys just white flag, or if you want to fly the Scimitar or the Sleipnir over to us, we'd be happy to blow it up.
Yeah, but again, why would he do that? He can hang on to some ISK if he just keeps it alive.
Well, for honorability and such. I mean, at this point, this is
honorability.
Just watching damps across the field. Well, of course, Scum are a very honorable organization, are they
not? So let's see what this local negotiation comes to. I don't know if we can actually call the match for them. I suppose we could, but
I think you'd need both captains to agree, and I don't know if the Scum guy. I don't know. I don't know who the Scum captain is actually, if he's even on the field right now.
One of the Road Geddons promising not to use his newts if he comes in, trying to offer him some kind of fair agreement.
So a fun story about that Geddon pilot. That was actually the Rote pilot who had to go to his next door neighbor and kindly ask that he shut off his wood chipper because he could not hear anything on Rote TeamSpeak. So that was an amusing story about that pilot, just to kill some time.
Wow. He can now happily go over and tell him that
yeah, it worked.
Clear communication earned him a video game victory.
Is now burning into range to let himself die finally.
Yes.
See geckos from the Rote Capel team coming out to meet him.
Yep, along with some missiles from those heretics. What do you think about heretics? We've seen quite a few of those around. I saw some people in Twitch chat asking why there would be interdictors in the Alliance Tournament, since of course bubbles don't matter and can't be used. But why are we seeing so many of those?
Well, heretics are the new Saber, I think. With the range on those missiles, the light missiles have such a... they're so good at taking out frigate support, and we've seen the frigate support war matters so much. In this fight was a good example. You had the frigate E-war, and the heretics just absolutely shred frigates. So they're a great ship for the points. And honestly, we saw the same thing with Sabers in the last Alliance tournament. The meta shifted a little bit with the missile changes and such. So heretics the way to go now.
Cool. And this guy is finally going to go down. Zacharias past his shields now, heading into structure, choosing the most honorability route, I guess, finally, and turning back towards the match.
And there he goes. Congratulations to Rote Capel, staying in the winner's bracket with their second win.
Yep, nice job. We'll be back in a few, guys.
Whether you're into gate camping or jet can mining, you'll find Eve's best music mix at Eve Radio. Visit www.eve-radio.com today.
Do you like waffles?
I like waffles.
I like waffles.
Do you like waffles?
Yes, I like waffles. And pancakes and French toast.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. This October 4th in Amsterdam, Eve is real.
Wow, I'm CCP Rice, and that ad was incredible. We are about to watch Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork against Coven, and I'm here with Bach and Alien. Bach, what's on the field?
Well, the Coven team has brought a triple EOS setup, Oneros, triple Vexer, 2 Ishkers, Malediction carries Mollusk. Seems like no matter how many drone boats you ban, we can find more. And they are facing a triple EOS Proteus, double Vexer Navy, Hyena, which I don't think we've seen many of, Mollusk, and Punisher. So what are your thoughts on this match?
I mean, like you said, kind of drones everywhere is pretty standard by now, I guess. The Coven team brought helos last week, and they got them banned out by Footwork, so they've just kind of made an adjustment, but stuck with the same kind of more like traditional core setup, whereas Footwork has this more tinkery setup. I don't really get it, actually. The Proteus is Logi, right? And they'll just kind of hover around him and let the drones do work, but I'm not sure how that'll go. I guess it did well for him last week, even though the setup has changed just a little bit by adding a little more of this support and having one less Navy Vexer. But we're underway now, and so we'll see, I guess.
It's definitely an interesting choice. When you add in smaller ships, you always run the risk of them getting volleyed. So it's always with a tinker type setup. If you're relying on not losing a ship, that's a big risk. We do see drones going both ways across the field. I see geckos, augmented hammerheads. The Hyena immediately stripped of its shields into armor there. Proteus will start having to do some work right now to talk about that volley.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, like you say, it's adds a lot of vulnerability to these like short-handed tinker type setups to add this little support, and it looks like it's going to hurt them right away by losing that Hyena. Although he's recovered a bunch of his armor, he's actually tanking, pulling back almost all of it already. That's pretty awesome. In the meantime, they do have the Coven Oneros webbed. He's still moving really fast for now, probably drifting through that web, speeding up to like 1800, even though he was webbed just a second ago, and not taking any significant damage.
Whoa, and he is gone. He just, wow.
Ooh, that has to be Boundary.
That had to be Boundary. Yeah, they're about 100 and something out there. In fact, that Ishker is 118 right now.
It looks like, wow, I didn't even see that, but it looks like the Oneros was just burning away from these geckos and infiltrators as fast as he could, kind of in a straight line out of the arena, and just ran out of room. Whoops.
That is going to hurt them for sure. I mean, not only does it give a lot of points right up front, but having no Logi now for the rest of the fight. That Vexer immediately into armor now. Meanwhile, Storm and Bloodfeather's Proteus is actually struggling there. He's taking a fair bit of armor damage at half armor. We'll see if they can crack him. They might have a shot here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's actually a huge victory for Footwork to have them give up on the Hyena and have to switch targets. It's always a good sign for the Tinker to not lose anything at the very start of the match when the other team has the most kind of on the field in terms of DPS. And it looks like the Proteus is struggling a little bit, but hanging in there for now, hovering about half armor. And he's, of course, getting a lot of repair bot action from the other ships on the Footwork team and cap transfer as well. So he's doing just fine, and they have killed a Vexer on the Coven team.
But I think it's fair to say that there's going to need to be a miracle to come back from this now for the Coven team. Really, Ministry of Inappropriate Footworks, they're sitting pretty. They're facing less DPS with every ship that explodes. That Vexer that goes down takes quite a bit of DPS off the field. The second Vexer is low armor, and we're going to see him go next. And I presume they'll probably start picking off EOSs after that. Really, at this point, the Proteus should have no more trouble tanking, I don't believe.
It hurts so bad for them to have lost that Oneros due to the boundary violation. I mean, you can see the Footwork DPS isn't all that high, and it's taking them a little bit to chew through these Vexers. With the Logi there, it might have been way more time they had to figure out how to attack the Tinker by either killing drones or getting in closer to put new pressure or something. But now they just don't have time, and this Proteus is tanking more and more easily as they lose DPS.
Yeah, certainly. I think they're right. They did have a very good chance with the Oneros on the field, but they could get in there and brawl even if necessary. But against this now, they just can't. There is a Punisher Agumon on the Ministry team that is going into structure. Doesn't seem to be in range for reps, so there is going to be some blood drawn by the Coven team. It looks like here he's into structure again now.
Yeah, that Punisher acting as tackle, I believe. You can see he's out in the middle of the Coven team. Probably running out there to catch Vexers and slow them down for that fleet of drones, but that of course puts him too far away from the Logi and he goes down, but that's not a huge loss really at all, and it probably won't make any difference whatsoever.
So one incredible thing to point out that you probably can sort of see on the UI there is how little structure that Hyena actually survived with. Hovering over the target, giving the little tooltip there shows him with 2% structure. On a Hyena, that's only got to be single-digit points. That's really incredible.
And another ship down Ishkur this time for the Coven team. And yeah, I wonder how much difference that makes, having... they didn't really need the webs from the Hyena to kill that Oneros. I mean, he had to, run away as fast as he could, but that means he was under enough pressure even without the webs that they were able to apply damage. I wonder if they kill the support, if they kill the Hyena and the Punisher early in the match, if things had gone a little bit better, if that makes any difference at all, really. Probably some, or Footwork wouldn't be bringing those ships, I guess, but...
Right, you'd imagine the Oneros wouldn't have been so hard-pressed to run away as much as he was if there wasn't as much support tackling him. The Proteus is taking a significant damage there. I wonder if he burned out a repper or...
yeah, that's interesting.
He was just maybe trolling a little bit.
Yeah, bringing it all back really quickly. There's still a lot of damage on the field for Coven, of course. I mean, 3 Eoses, Ishkur, and Vexor is not insignificant, but he was able to tank it no problem when they had, 3 other ships, so... He should be just fine unless, like you said, he makes a big mistake, like burning out some hardeners or reps. But he shouldn't even need to use heat at this point. So it'd be pretty weird for him to make a mistake like that. Of course, yesterday we saw, Logi accidentally go into reload for 60 seconds. That can happen if he's running an AR, but I wouldn't expect anything like that to happen. In the meantime, Vex are going down for Coven, leaving them with just the 3 Eoses, and we've crossed halfway mark for the match. The Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork damage does seem pretty low. Even with that Hyena there to web stuff, it's taking them quite a while to chew through these ships.
Yeah, and it's remarkable how slow they are chewing through. Even just a Vexor there should have died a lot faster to 3 Eoses, but I guess he was kiting the drones out. You can see all these augmented, kind of an odd mix of drones there. Gecko's Infiltrator 2s, I see some augmented. It's kind of a grab bag of drones. They seem to be coming back in.
Yeah, it is interesting. They've mixed them with a lot of these armor maintenance bots. The Eoses are actually running a lot of heavy armor maintenance bots. So the actual amount of bandwidth left for DPS is pretty low while they have those rep bots out, and they're just leaving those out. I mean, at this point, either one would probably work. But yeah, the sort of DPS fleet, like you said, is mixed, and it's also fairly small. I mean, we really only see maybe 15 drones chasing their primary, so and with some of them being lights, so it's really not that much damage. But of course, with logistics off the field, it doesn't really matter.
One interesting to point out that we were seeing used in this tournament that really have been kind of a laughingstock in the past have been those the stasis webifier drones. I've seen them several times today, including in this match right now. We have some SW300s on the field, and I can remember a couple tournaments back, I don't remember which team it was, someone was using them and absolutely were ridiculed for it. So it's interesting to see that's changing the new meta as things develop. That Eos very slowly taking damage. He's at about 1/3 armor. Maulus actually on the kick team is about to bleed into structure now. I wonder if the Proteus is asleep at the wheel or if the Maulus has got himself a little bit out of range.
Yeah, webbed and scrammed as well. He's probably going to go down, but again, no big impact there. Damps at this point not really doing anything all that important. Keeping the carries, maybe be a little closer to them or something, but that doesn't really matter. Yeah, the web drones are really interesting. They maybe are pretty obvious development for the meta where everybody's kiting all the time. I mean, with these drone setups, one of the big advantages is not having to get close to your opponents, and if you really need to keep your whole team away from everything and depend on range for survival, tackling gets more complicated. And web drones are kind of a cheap way to handle it. I mean, other options would be like using recons or Lokis or something like that, but they're costing you so many points. And web drones, you can kind of thread in there with all of your damage, and probably pays off pretty nicely in some situations.
Yeah, I think the fact that they are stacking penalized and the kind of does play into the reason they're not used more. But as far as just slowing something down a little bit, it's not bad to throw 1 or 2 out there for sure. So we have some more damage coming across for his ships. Down to 2 Eos now. Ishkur at half armor, Maulus at half armor. The Hyena was getting pecked at for a while, but he's doing all right again.
Yeah, he is tackled again. So try for him one more time, but. At this point, basically just waiting for that clock. We're at just under 2 minutes to go, and I don't think that Footwork will be able to finish off this entire Coven team, but they will definitely be winning this match. You said those augmented drones were getting used, and it was actually Coven team using them. There's augmented Berserkers and Hammerheads all over, right around where the Footwork team is sitting. Footwork actually just going for Tech 2. There's a couple augmented hammerheads there, but mostly going for just Tech 2 and geckos.
Yeah, like I said, it's an odd mix. There's just all sorts of different kinds of drones out there. Like everybody's running something different. But
EOS into structure, gonna lose him for sure. And looks like they've got one of the frigs tackled as well.
Yeah, Malediction taking some significant damage now. I'm guessing that's him. Yeah, that hyena, it's like a friend of mine did the math for me. Namamai sent me a message saying that the hyena's got to be at about 6 hit points of structure.
Nice.
So there goes the mollusk there that just vanished. So
good job by that Logipilot. Show two examples in this match of how important like Logipilot skill is. Getting reps on that hyena in time to keep him alive by just a couple hit points, and on the other side, Logipilot getting a little overwhelmed and flying straight out of the arena. It's not an easy job.
Absolutely, and honestly, not boundary violating is it's actually harder than people might think when you're being run down in something that needs not to be tackled, and you're just trying to get away as fast as you possibly can. You know, on TQ, you just hit your MWD and go. Malediction explodes there, but
yeah, I was gonna say it's
tournament arena. You don't have that option.
Right, it's a limitation you never have on TQ. I mean, range is really important, but it's always range relative to other ships, or sometimes to a gate or something like that. But an invisible wall that kills you instantly is something that doesn't exist anywhere else. So adjusting to that, definitely not easy. And we are at time now. So with that, Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork takes another match with a Tinker setup off of Coven. Well played, and we'll be back in a few.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. It's October 4th in Amsterdam. Eve is real.
All right. Hello again, everyone. I'm CCP Rise here with Bacchanalian, and we have coming up should be one of the best matches of the day, one of the most gambled on matches of the day, I'm sure. Pandemic Legion versus Shadow Cartel, and looks like it's going to be a good one. What have they brought back?
Well, both teams here have warped in at 50 from rather oblique angles, so they're actually probably a good 75, 80 kilometers from one another. The Shadow Cartel team is coming with a double EOS, double Celestis, double Ishtar, Vexor Navy setup with double Frigate Logi, 2 Inquisitors, and then 3 Heretics as anti-support. Meanwhile, Pandemic Legion's come in with a single EOS, triple Gila, 2 Vexor Navies, 2 Vexors, also running Frigate support with 2 Bursts and 2 Worms.
Yeah, so both of these teams choosing that Frigate Logistics, which Shadow Cartel did last week. Pandemic Legion last week, of course, brought the Rattlesnake setup, so they've switched things up a lot. And this should be pretty fast. A lot of damage on both sides. Like you said, the big difference between these teams is the Celestises. Shadow Cartel going for a little more EOR support. And as we get started, you can see Damps just hit the entire PL team immediately, which is good news for Shadow Cartel. But a lot of damage on that PL side, and a lot of it doesn't care about the Damps because of coming in the form of drones. So let's see how things go as those drones get to their targets, which is happening right about now.
I'm curious to see how the support war is going to go, because those Heretics really will trash frigates, but Worms are not they're certainly scary ships as well. So we'll see how those frigate logistics hold up. We have a Gila into shields, and EOS stripped of its shields, the Celestis of Wildbagger on the Shadow Cartel team into armor a little bit there. But really, Lordana Cameron's Gila is really struggling. It's taking an awful lot of damage there.
Yeah, PL way behind right now, it looks like. He is getting reps now onto that Gila and starting to recover shields a little bit now that the Logi's gotten there, but Shadow Cartel, well, they were looking really comfortable. Now that EOS up top of Spur Zone is actually starting to take more armor damage. Gila's taking damage too. This is really close right now.
Yeah, the Gila's about to bleed into armor. If that Gila goes into armor, it's going to go down awfully quickly given how much damage is put on it. Celestis doesn't seem to be taking a whole heck of a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the EOS seems to be tanking his, so it's really is going to come down to which one of these things breaks first, and that Gila looks like his shields are completely gone, like 1% shield remaining at the moment.
One of the really big changes this tournament is the move towards a lot more medium drones and heavy drones instead of the Sentry focus that we saw more of in the last tournament. And what that means is the damage is a lot more sporadic. This Gila on the PL side has been running away this whole time, and wow,
bounce violation from both bursts.
Oh,
both
man.
Pandemic Legion Logistics just boundary violated. I was about to call that out. I saw that happen right as it happened.
Crazy.
EOS of Spur Zone is into very low armor, almost into structure, but that Gila just absolutely melted out from under it as well. So Lordana Cameron's going to go down just after Spur Zone, and we have a match.
We have a good match. Unbelievable boundary violations. Were they just chasing the Gila, trying to stay in range, and weren't watching where they were positioned?
It seemed like it. There was one other ship out there with them. I didn't catch who it was. It was about 100. That may have been what they were doing. Seamus Orza is now taking an awful lot of damage, going straight through his shields, almost right into armor. Meanwhile, Herney's EOS is into armor, but that's where he's an armor tank, so he's not going to be too worried about that. First Inquisitor of Trouser Deagle, meanwhile, also into armor, and Seamus Orzos is going to say goodbye to this match.
This looks really bad for Pandemic Legion. Unless Shadow Cartel does something really wrong here, that Inquisitor is taking damage. Trouser Deagle, oh, and he just lost reps on him as well. Looks like he's going to drop. Yep, Logi down now for Shadow Cartel, and no damage so far getting to a new target on the PL side. It looks like last Gila. Yeah, exactly. Dancole's going to be the next one, but it took a while for the drones to get over there. Everyone, of course, will be spread out as much as possible, so the drones have to waste a bunch of time moving from target to target. But he is taking damage now, and about half shields. A Worm taking damage as well. While Pandemic Legion tries to finish off that second Inquisitor on the Shadow Cartel side.
And Dancole's got to be careful. He's at 104. We've already seen two PL ships fly out of bounds. He's at 107, 108 right now, as well as that Worm of Ollie, 114, 118. He's almost out, and that should be a boundary violate here any second.
Worm
he managed to turn it around.
He's so close.
121. Holy cow, but he's dead anyway, so it doesn't matter.
And
that was awfully close.
In the meantime, Dankel had to make his turn as well. He got out to about 110, and as he turns around, of course, the drones have a much easier time catching up, applying air damage, geckos and stuff making their way out there now, and he should be going down pretty quickly here. He's in bad shape.
Hardy's Eos is almost into structure now, so we'll see if he goes down the same way. The Gila is already into structure, and looks like there is a damage control. The Eos is going to go on right at the same time as the Gila.
It's a good trade, but...
It's a good trade, but PL needs to do better than just trade at this point. They are behind.
Absolutely. And for the second time in 2 matches, PL looking like they might be headed for the losers bracket here.
It's really incredible for a team that's, defending champion to be in this position. But here we go. Ishtar for Paquito on the Shadow Cartel team taking significant damage. Seems like drones are still chasing down Chiba, Mons, Vexor, Navy on the other side, though.
Yep, that's right. And a lot of those drones have caught up. He's starting to take quite a bit of damage. He should be shield tanked as well. You can see him burning as fast as possible. They're moving 2,400 or so, leaving those geckos behind for periods of time, but still taking tons of damage, about to go into armor. But they are going to maybe kill this Ishtar on the Shadow Cartel side before Cheap goes down. Maybe PL starting to trade favorably, but I don't know. They have so little left at this point.
Oh my goodness, that was rough. That Ishtar's down and Cheap's still up, but I don't know. He's into structure.
I don't know. PL kind of looks like they're turning this around. I mean, the Heretics and the 2 Celestises don't represent nearly as much threat at this point.
But that worm right into structure. One volley, it looked like took his entire armor bar down. Chiba just clinging, and he is down. He is down. This is an incredibly close match.
Super close.
Would be expected to have just dominated this. I imagine the betting odds on this would have been ridiculous. Anyone who's put money on Shadow Cartel is just counting the money right now.
Oh, it's still so close. That worm hanging on, and of course he's important. That is every piece of their damage at this point is really important. Keeping those Vexors alive and keeping that worm alive are actually a really big deal. Damage going onto the Shadow Cartel Navy Vexor, the last one, King's Navy Vexor, he's going down pretty fast, and damage has all but stopped going the other way towards PL. It's starting to look like PL's in control somehow.
Yep, he's not in good shape there, and he's got drones. The drones are doing that kind of thing where they stop behind him, so he's got a reprieve for a second. But he's into structure now and not really outrunning any of these drones. He's got about 15 drones on him there.
Yeah.
The worm, meanwhile, just took a huge volley of damage.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where these heretics are at. There goes that Navy Vexor. Same time, worm goes down. But now you're looking at 4 pretty hefty DPS ships left on the PL side against basically just an Ishtar and support. I mean, it's all good support. The Celestises can field damage drones. The Heretics do pretty solid damage for their size, but PL definitely in the lead right now, not only in terms of points, which they actually just retook, but also in terms of just the amount of EHP and damage they're able to field.
Right, that was my question. What is it, 6260 if my math's right then?
Yep, that's right, 6260. Navy Vexor for PL, piloted by Arkale, taking a lot of damage now. He's about to head into armor. In the meantime, still the PL damage hasn't caught up to anything. The Heretics have taken some shield damage, but nothing too major, and they've actually regened some of it. So it's been a while since they got shot, and now this Navy Vexor is about to go down, putting Shadow Cartel back into the lead if they kill this ship.
And the same thing with him. He's out there near the boundary, again, trying to kite out drones. I mean, he hit 114, 150, and they're really playing with fire with that, but he does. He's got a cloud of drones on him. He's trying to outrun. Heretic of floppy M's takes some more damage.
Shadow Cartel goes back into the lead, 72 to 62.
Asakura's Ishtar is now into armor.
Oh my god, it's so close. That Ishtar, Asakura's Ishtar is out at an MJD beacon, actually. And just MJD'd away from the flight of augmented Valkyries that were chasing him.
Heretic of floppy M down on Shadow Cartel's side, so Pandemic Legion, 2 Vexors Eos against Ishtar, 2 Celestis, 2 Heretics. Or I should say 1.5, that other Heretic's really not doing very well.
Yeah. Last Heretic getting pretty low as well. This Ishtar just jumped to safety. Like I said, we'll see if he can get some of his damage applied somewhere. We see Pandemic Legion drones moving across the field, switching targets. Maybe the ones that were on the Heretic now moving to something else. In the meantime, it looks like they're going after the Eos.
Eos. I was thinking that. Why not go after Des Affinity's Vexor, who's already got a little bit of damage, or even Forlorn Wangraven? I mean, 2 Vexors, either one goes down pretty quickly. You just need to get points and just get cheap DPS off the field at this point. Eos is going to be the toughest nut to crack on this field right now.
Exactly, yeah. It is a strange decision. Maybe something about ranges that they're, for some reason, not able to get to the Vexors, or maybe they're just not worried about the Vexors. Maybe they've killed their drones. I have no idea, but they're actually doing a lot of damage to the Eos. That Eos now getting low on shields.
Celestis Wildbagger into armor now. 2 minutes remaining, just came down the call in locals, so this is going to go to time perhaps, but this is incredibly close match. Celestis taking more damage, almost into structure now.
All of the PL medium drones there onto that Celestis.
And we have
a
tie match.
72-72 with a minute 40 left. Shadow Cartel Ishtar is still in good shape in terms of HP. Those heretics are still super vulnerable, and PL's just shown they can kill the Celestis as well. But this EOS on the PL side about to go into armor. Can they actually get him down before this 1 minute and 22 seconds is up?
And this is a tough spot for Shadow Cartel, because before you lose that Celestis, you think, just run away. You know, run away, kill drones. Your heretics are pretty good at picking off drones. But now that they lost that Celestis, they're even. They have to kill something. And right now, the only thing they're making progress on is that EOS. That's a really risky venture. It's going to take so long to kill that thing. You stand a really good chance of a heretic getting caught.
And there's so little damage left on the field for either team. I have to assume there's been, picking away drones, and all that's really left hitting this EOS is like 4 augmented Valkyries and 1 Hobgoblin 2.
Celestis just lost its shield. Some drones have caught up to him. He's got a big flight of drones right behind him. About 10 drones attacking him. Into armor now. Heretic down. Pandemic Legion in the lead.
God,
about
Heretic
30
down.
seconds.
They have to kill this EOS now in 40 seconds, and I don't know if they can do it. He is taking damage, but losing that Heretic is huge. Puts PL in the lead. Oh, there's 30 seconds.
Oh my God, 30 seconds remaining.
Red armor.
25% armor.
Ishtar taking damage on the Shadow Cartel side. That probably won't matter. It only matters if they're able to get this EOS down.
9%, 6%, 5%, 3%.
There's not time. Going into structure now.
Structure.
15 seconds.
82, 76, 75. They might get him.
Go.
Oh my God.
In the meantime,
5 seconds remaining.
Come on. No, so close.
20%, and that's the match. Holy cow.
And he goes down after time. He just went down. Wow. Match decided by no more than 3 seconds. That is insane.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
PL again.
Skin of their teeth.
Getting through by the skin of their teeth. Wow, wow, wow. What a match. That was amazing. We're going to take another break and be back in a few minutes, guys.
With day 4, that means that pretty much only the good teams and Test Alliance are left.
Test Alliance, please ignore. Worst of the best.
Delicious spaghetti you eat while waiting for a prey to put its shiny paw into his career. So you always let jump, and let the body hit the floor, and that is how the glue comes.
Welcome back to the most intense Alliance tournament ever after that last match. I'm CCP Rise here with Bacchanalian, and before we start talking about Methodical Alliance versus Gorgon Empire, I just want to say on stream to confirm that Heretic, the Shadow Cartel lost at the end, was a micro jump drive boundary violation. Jumped way out of the arena right before the match ended, was not actually killed by PL ships. So maybe that was clear on the stream, but I just wanted to make sure you guys see that so that the guilt inflicted on him is as big as possible. But tell us what's going to happen in this match, Bach.
Oh, this is going to be an interesting one. We see some very heavy capacitor warfare team coming in on one side here with the Paladin, 3 Armageddons. That's 3 Armageddons. Damnation, Thrasher, and 2 Bantams, so Logi frigates again. And they're going up against triple Astarte, Armageddon, Guardian, 2 Crores, 2 Maulus, and triple Merlin. Those Astartes are going to have a really bad day against 3 Armageddons.
Yeah, definitely. And Methodical setup looks really strange. They do have Bantams, which should be shield reps, which means that would make these shield Armageddons and a shield Damnation. Seems pretty odd. The Paladin, of course, kind of can do its own thing, which is what they did in their last match and worked out for them. So let's kind of see how it goes, I guess. Pretty weird setup.
I guess we'll toughen the speed these ships reach right away. But you're right, that is strange. Whoa, Bantam number 1 off the field before we even get a chance to see what's going on. So the second one is down right after him. So first blood
nice.
For Gorgon.
That's going to make these rail Astartes, I assume. Picking things off that quickly from that far away. These teams did start pretty far apart, as you guys should have been able to see. Maybe 40 or 50k between them. Another ship down there, the Thrasher going down for the Methodical Alliance, so they're left just with their core now, 3 Armageddons, Paladin, and Damnation.
Yep, Astarte stripped of his shields to armor there, but the Guardian not having any trouble keeping him going there, so we'll have to see if the cap warfare over time eventually breaks through that Guardian. These are much beefier ships that need to be broken through now, so.
Yeah, and you can see the Gorgon Astartes not trying to close range with the Methodical Alliance team at all, which actually totally negates those Armageddons. The Newts not going to be able to really do much of anything because they're just never going to be close enough. And we saw last weekend the Arty Slipners being put to work by Hydra, and this sort of is a different version of that with the rail Astartes, and of course rails are really quite strong now after I overbuffed them a little while ago, so this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, certainly if you can avoid getting in range of those Armageddons with hybrid guns, you definitely want to, because hybrid guns eat a lot of capacitor. We see the first Armageddon banned at 773 into armor now, taking some fair bit of damage. His armor's going down relatively quickly, but
this is so strange. The Armageddon is local repping. Cap chain here between the Armageddons with local reps and rep bots. So why the Bantams, I wonder?
I just have no rational explanation for the Bantams. Maybe that's just next level meta and I don't get it. See CBU Holix Astarte taking a little bit of armor damage. The Guardian should have no trouble repping that up meanwhile, but the local tank on the Armageddon's actually holding up relatively well. He's losing little bits here and there, but pulling him back, so steady at about a half armor, a little more.
And just not a lot of damage going the other way towards Gorgon Empire. That one of their Astartes is starting to take some now. They have the Guardian damped, so he's not able to apply reps for now. Here come the reps. He closed range and is able to get reps applied, and I assume that Astarte will just pull that armor back pretty quickly. But like you said, Armageddon hanging in there for now as well. He's at still 50% armor, so see kind of how this develops. I have to think that this kind of tiny tinker chain here between the Armageddons can't hold up against an entire team for all that long, and yeah, he is starting to actually break now.
Yeah, they started getting rep back when the Guardians got back, kind of locked back on him, but you're right, that Armageddon is going to go down here shortly, and I think once that happens, as with any tanker team, the more you lose, the worse it gets for him. It kind of falls over like a stack of dominoes, so we'll see him go down and probably something else shortly after, but I'll say this is a very anticlimactic match after that last one. Holy cow, I'm still coming down from it.
Yeah, that was a really wild match. One of the best in quite a while, I think. So many, so many like changes in momentum. So crazy. Armageddon is going to go down. It looks like he's still repping, but not really doing so well. Those damps probably not really doing much of anything. Maybe keeping Methodical Alliance from being able to control what targets they choose. They have dropped sentries from those Armageddons, Imperial Navy Curators, and that's where the damage on that Astarte was coming from. But Gorgon Empire having no trouble whatsoever tanking the small amount of damage that this team's able to put out.
Yeah, they were able to get Dark Moors Astarte almost about 60% armor there for a little bit of swap targets. Armageddon goes down.
Getting
looks
down.
Like Guardian locked him up and repped him right back up. So now they're trying on El Nomada, the Armageddon, on the Gorgon Empire side to see if perhaps he can get through him. But at this point, it seems like just desperation. This tanker is coming apart at the seams.
Yes, it will of course collapse more quickly the more ships they lose. This Geddon should go down a little faster than the last one. They can break his cap a little quicker without help from the other Geddon and without more of those rep bots. It's possible they won't be able to kill the Paladin, of course. When Marauders go into Bastion, they can tank pretty darn well, and it doesn't look like this Gorgon team has a really excessive amount of damage because of being more long-range oriented and more support-oriented with those Molluses and Cruors, but that's okay, because we can spend the next 5 minutes talking about that PL match some more.
Yeah, but Armageddon will go down eventually, but it'll take a while. Faffy Waffy's to start taking a little bit of armor damage, but you gotta wonder. I mean, we were talking about this a little during the break. What was going through that heretic pilot's mind? Was he paid off? Was he so overwhelmed with the stress of that match that he, made a huge mistake to throw that match, or what?
It's so strange because not only did the points flip the match and at least give PL the opportunity to win. Also, if he just stays there, even if he dies, his added damage definitely allows them to finish off the EOS in time. So it goes down, makes up for his points. A lot of people's minds, I think, go to a throw. It's maybe not so hard to send a convo and say, hey, you can have 5 billion ISK if you just blow your ship up. But I like what Fozzie said to us during the break, which is actually, in almost all cases, especially from serious teams, when something really weird happens, the best assumption is that it's just a mistake. That it's, people do weird stuff under pressure, and that was about as much pressure as you can have in a match, and he may have just been tunneled on thinking he was going to keep his ship alive and not noticed how it was oriented and made a big mistake. But it'd be interesting to hear the story as it kind of comes out from PL. In the meantime, or from Shadow Cartel. In the meantime, the second Armageddon does go down just past the 420 mark there in the match, and one Armageddon to go, and then we'll have to see if they can break the Damnation or the Paladin.
Seems like there's some miscommunication on the Gorgon Empire side. They're detecting both the Paladin and the Armageddon, but it seems they put all the damage on the Geddon now. He's taking a significant amount of damage, and it looks like he will go down even faster than the last two.
But yeah, I'm just super interested to hear. I would have loved to hear the stress on the PL side as those Logis flew out. That's such a huge mistake, and it's 2 matches in a row actually, hugely swung by Logi pilots making boundary violation mistakes. It's amazing they were able to pull back after that. Third Armageddon down, just 2 ships left now for Methodical Alliance. Gorgon Empire obviously in control here. Fireworks on the field.
Well, you've got to wonder, and after we've seen such efficient displays from Camel Empire, from Hydra, from Exodus, from various teams, even CVA's, matches, they're just really, really methodical, deconstruction of the enemy teams. And Pandemic Legion's the team you expect to do that. You expect them to come out there, not lose a ship, to just steamroll their opponent, and they haven't. They've come out and barely, by the absolute skin of their teeth, survived their matches. I wouldn't even call it won. They survived their matches.
Yeah.
And what does that say? I mean, what is that? What are you thinking? If you're Camel Empire, you're kind of a team that's maybe the second tier. You think you're going to place 3rd, 4th in the tournament because you don't know how you're going to match up against a Pandemic Legion. Well, suddenly Pandemic Legion's not playing up to their potential. This opens the door for a lot of other teams that consider themselves maybe top 5 teams, but maybe not the one to win it all. Suddenly they've got the shot. Paladin for Artemis now in about half armor. He's tanking. It looks like he is in Bastion, but it doesn't really matter at this point. This match is well and over.
Yeah, definitely. Only matters to whoever owns the Paladin, and it looks like he'll probably be able to tank it. There is Neutralizer's NOS on him, so it's possible they'll be able to break it. But yeah, I mean that's an interesting thought. It's definitely felt like there's a pretty wide gap between the very top tier tournament teams for the last few years and kind of another tier that's right below them with teams like Exodus and maybe even teams like Shadow Cartel. But maybe we're seeing that gap close a little bit. That kind of middle tier team able to put more pressure on, and maybe the top tier team sliding a little bit. I don't know. Like you say, seeing PL survive matches twice in a row is pretty unusual.
See a cargo container being popped out there. I'm trying to look and see where it's.
Paladin definitely going to go down. That's a nice kill for Gorgon. Get to finish that off before the match ends.
Yep, 2 minutes remaining. Heck, they might have time to get the damnation while they're at it, depending on how well tanked this damnation is. So, yeah, I can't wrap my head around the bursts. I've been trying to rack in my brains the entire time here.
The Bantams, you mean?
The Bantams, I'm sorry, the Bantams, not the burst. Yeah,
Yeah, it's really strange. No idea. Maybe just to keep the Thrasher alive. It's like a...
That seems like an awful lot of points to... Basically, that's a lot of points to put in just a Thrasher. Like...
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, they might be able to finish the damnation off. They did get the Paladin, use the last 30 seconds here to kill that command ship, even though it is pretty zinky. And I don't know, Rail Astarte seemed pretty cool. That I wonder if we'll see, you know, a shift towards long-range turret meta because of its ability to sort of kite around, apply damage more quickly, compete with these drone setups that are relying now more on mobile drones rather than sentry drones. That definitely changes things a lot, and I wonder if more teams will adopt rails and artillery or beams as we move through the tournament. We'll have to see.
Well, the one thing working against them killing this Paladin here is the fact that the resist on the damnation are just so high. I don't know if they're going to get through it, but you know, I've flown Rail Astartes before when you first released the new rails, and they certainly were effective. Even with a shield fit, they're quite nasty. So don't underestimate their damage. And you're right. I think it's interesting to see if we see more of them. That said, the hybrid guns require capacitor, unlike the Sleipnirs. So that is the match. It looks like it wrapped up, and it is a very clean win for Gorgon Empire.
Yep, good job them. That'll do it for this one, and we'll be back in just a few.
Laser lines.
Welcome to Wormwood Space Man. We be flying tech trees and smoking them trees. This about Alliance represented by Pandora Spear and Viper Fleet Inc.
Hey again, everyone. I'm CCP Rice here with Bacchanalian, and we have a good one coming up: Agony Empire versus RVB, and kind of similar setups on the field. What do you think, Bach?
Yeah, we have once again the Galente drone spam. We have from the Agony the triple EOS, double Vexor Navy, triple Vexor. They're running 2 Navitas logistics, I believe, there, and then Tristan Worm. And on the RVB side, we have an EOS triple Ishtar, Oneros logistics, triple Vexor, Enyo Tyrannus, and 2 Punishers. So you say very similar, but different execution of the same idea.
Yeah, definitely. Big differences in a couple different ways. Both Agony favoring the EOSs over Ishtars that RVB's chosen, and then the huge difference in logistics. The Frag logistics on Agony's side, and the 2 Navitases versus the Oneros on the RVB side. And those will, really be like very different to fly. Having those Frag logistics is a very different sort of thing than having the cruiser that's slower but has much longer range. And we're underway.
Yep, the teams did come in at a pretty good range from one another, so they're directly across from one another as well, so they have the maximum distance possible between them that they wanted there. See, Gecko's out on the Agony side already, but they're kind of a long way for them to go, so it might have been early to launch, but I guess if they're pulling back to range, that would make sense. Berserker 2s as well.
I'm curious what the Ishtars are going to drop. It looks like they're actually going to go with Geckos and not Sentries, but we'll see if that changes over the course of the match.
We haven't seen a whole lot of Sentry dronage in this tournament. That's been an interesting shift from last year around, but the Geckos are quite potent drones. They do an awful lot of damage. They're hard to kill. We have that first Worm for Agony. Reverend Elikon taking some damage and shields there. Nothing much, just looks like he got plinked at. No, there go his shields. That's on the second volley there, so we'll see if he winds up being in trouble or if the logistics can keep up with it.
And the RVB drones have made their way over into the Agony team to do damage to that Worm, but on the other side, Agony actually hasn't sent any of their drones towards RVB yet. They're
so the entire Agony team is playing with fire here a little bit. They're at 112 right now. The Vexor, anywhere between 107 and 115 from the beacon at this point. So that's a really dangerous area. You don't have a lot of place to maneuver right there. If somebody takes a wrong turn, suddenly you have boundary violation, and if everyone's following everybody, you boundary violate the entire team.
Yeah, that is a very interesting choice, and they've actually pulled in a whole bunch of their drones now as well. Maybe switching types. They pulled in a bunch of Geckos, and here they go. Now Agony sending their drones in towards RVB. Looks like mostly Geckos along with some infiltrators as well.
You have a Vexor on RVB taking damage. Fiona Arenes is into armor already.
See where they send that damage to. Yeah, it looks like that Vexor is going to be first. Damps on the Oneros, hoping they can keep reps off, but you can see for now that's not working. Vexor is catching reps from the Oneros. Most of the ships on both teams pretty close to each other. That RVB Oneros is a little ways away from the rest of his team, but not too far. And, even though he's able to ref them, looks like this Vexor is going to go down.
Yeah, he's taking an awful lot of damage, and Tech 1 cruisers are very flimsy ships, so that was a good first damage choice. They do a lot of damage. They're cheap and easy to kill. So that Ishtar from MacGyver 3rd now is stripped of his shields. We saw a little damage go onto Kenda's Vexor Navy issue on the Agony side, so half shields for him. But neither there go his shields.
Really interesting trying to watch what the drones are actually up to for both teams. It looks like RVB had their drones near their ships, not actually across on the Agony ships, while that Vexor went down, maybe trying to kill some of the drones that belong to these Navy Vexors, since they're not able to field very many replacement drones. But now they've sent them over towards the Agony team. Although I still wonder if they're shooting drones. Now they have Web and Scram on an EOS. Maybe they'll start shooting him, but I wonder if they're trying to kill some of these Geckos off to cut into the DPS that Agony's able to do.
RVB Enyo just absolutely devastated. They're taking 100-0 in about 3 seconds. So
wow,
that's some tackle off the field and quite a bit of DPS as well to go with it. So yeah, Nexia Starks, EOS for Agony, as well as the Vexor Navy issue of Kenda are both into a little bit of armor damage. They're not. I guess the EOS taking substantial armor damage now, and not a whole lot of armor damage being leveled across the RVB side. So Oneros is sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, the Oneros is pretty safe, kind of positioned behind the rest of the RVB team. It's going to be pretty tough for Agony to get to him. I mean, they could try sending the worm over or something like that, but they would probably lose it. So they're just staying huddled in this little ball near the edge of the arena and either shooting drones or going after targets in that main group. I think there must be a lot of... Oh, wow. EOS just evaporated.
He went down.
Oh, he was going down slowly. Okay.
He was going down slowly. He does. He did very steadily. Not particularly slowly. He was
yeah,
definitely
sure.
down.
I was too busy watching these drones. Still trying to figure out. It still looks to me like RVB is trying to kill Agony drones, somewhat. A lot of the drones are sort of mixed together and seem to be following each other. But anyway,
we have 2 RVB ships now. 2 Ishtars, both into armor. It's an interesting choice, splitting damage. I'm not sure what the logic behind that is. You usually want to pile all your damage onto one spot and see if you can crack through. Maybe they're trying to stress out the Oneros. Meanwhile, you see Skyless Vexor taking damage as well. We have first damage on one of the Navitas, the worm into half armor, so a little bit of damage going across the support on the side of Agony in the meantime.
Yeah, really strange. It's also none of the ships really moving in towards each other. Maybe getting a little bit closer now, actually, but until now, staying pretty far apart the whole time. Worm down for Agony really quickly there. RVB able to switch some damage over to him really fast and finish him off. And now it looks like Agony diving in towards the RVB team.
Yeah, and you can see damage going across multiple targets. The Tyrannus of Meisuko Leon is into low armor. Skyless Vexor into armor. The Vexor of Elodie Lagan and Agony is also into armor.
Wow.
You see shields stripped off of multiple ships at the same time here, so...
Yeah, it looks like Agony said everybody pick your own target and go crazy.
It kind of does.
Vexor going down now for Agony.
And a Vexor down for
and
RVB
Vexor
at the
down
same
for
time,
RVB.
so...
Yep, trading back and forth now. This is going to just turn into a big old brawl right in the middle here. Looks like both teams ignoring logistics for the time being, at least.
Tyrannus ripped back up. Another Silas Sannyasi's Vexor for Agony there into half armor, taking significant damage. Meanwhile, Alcor's Vexor on the RVB side stripped of its shields and into armor, but it looks like Silas will go down long before he's really in trouble. Ishtar, a Fallen Titan, into about half armor as well.
And there's a web now onto one of those Navitas. I wonder if RVB will be able to take him out. That would give them a huge advantage since their Logi still seems pretty safe, just sitting tight outside the fight, wrapping people.
Is taking damage now, so he's about 2/3 armor. Alcor's Vexor on the RVB side struggling pretty hard there. He's in low armor, and the Fallen Titan Ishtar is also into low armor. Here goes Alcor into structure now. That'll drop quite a bit of DPS off the field, but Agony's about to lose a Vexor Navy issue, and it is gone as well. So a lot of trading now.
A lot of trading, but so far RVB really coming out ahead, I think. I mean, they've still got that 3 Ishtar, 1 EOS core. Their Logi hasn't been touched at all, while at the same time Agony's looking at maybe losing their first Logi Frig, and they've lost a lot more DPS ships as well. There goes that Navitas. They've lost, the command ship.
But the Oneros on RVB is in destruction now. He's going to go down. Once that happens, that could really shift this match around. Agony can now freely apply DPS to whatever they want and break it.
Nice catch.
So Carver degrees on Agony. His Vexor's caught and taking quite a bit of damage, but Fallen Titan's Ishtar now is just absolutely melting. Watch his armor just go away. Looks like he's got a little bit of local rep. I saw him pull some back. Meanwhile, the second Navitas on Agony going down. The Vexor for Agony just exploded. Ishtar, Fallen Titan, still hanging on there, but he's in destruction now. He should be gone in one more. So this is still anyone's game right now. We have 2 EOS Vexor Navy against 2 Ishtars and an EOS, really, and a little bit of support on both sides. It's kind of irrelevant at this point, I guess, besides killing drones. So Tyrannus about to go down, it looks like, or at least take significant damage. The Guyver III's Ishtar also in armor now.
And it looks like that Vexor, the last Vexor that Agony lost was kind of their tackle ship. They do at least have a web still somewhere, but he was the one that had the tackle on that Ishtar, and now they just have the damp. You can see they're killing an Ishtar even though they don't have any tackle on it. That's going fine. Looks like he's going to drop. They're probably going to trade back for their other Navitas. He just died. Vexor Navy issue on Agony Empire going really low now as well. Still incredibly close match here.
Where are we at on points? Because I'm a little behind on my numbers here. Ishtar goes down there, and
I'll let you know after these two drop.
Vexor Navy as well.
So now we're at 63 to 66 in favor of RVB, and this is still incredibly close. 2 EOSs versus EOS Ishtar. Could go either way. There's a little bit of support left on both sides. A little more on RVB, of course, but
ooh, that
Ishtar's going down fast.
The EOS is going down pretty fast too, though. He's taking significant damage, so it's going to become a race. If they get that Ishtar off the field before the EOS goes down, I think I don't even know. I think RVB have a pretty significant advantage here if that EOS is struggling as hard as it is. We'll see. That Ishtar is going down, though. He's low armor.
Ishtar's going down a lot faster than well, they're catching up a little bit. Wow, so close. Ishtar of Dracoth about to drop right before the EOS, most likely. Yep, there he goes.
And they need to get damage on that other EOS and see if he can get ahead with that.
So we'll see where we're at for points after this EOS goes down.
Oh.
Tyrannus taking damage now. No tackle on that. It's interesting. They're able to probably Tristan catching up to him. Both EOS is taking damage.
Extremely close match as well.
There goes Gisnet and the Agony EOS. So now we're at 77 to 82. RVB still in the lead by 5. Agony needs to either.
Tyrannus just went down as well. So
80 to 82 now. 2 points. They can just focus on this support, but that EOS is tackled, so he's not going to be able to move around. I don't know if 1 minute's enough time for the EOS 1v1 to really go anywhere. This might turn into just a support battle.
We have one Punisher against the two Punishers against the one Tristan, and the Tristan stripped of its shields, and that's going to be a rough fight. Meanwhile, Su Lee's EOS is doing better. Is taking better than the Zandrakov in the EOS versus EOS battle over here. I don't know. That's going to be
but there's not time. There's not time for that battle. I think the EOSs need to focus on helping the support out. If they can send over some support to help the Tristan kill one of the Punishers, they can
the
even
Punisher
points
just
up.
took a huge chunk of damage, stripped of his shields into armor.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's exactly what he did. 30 seconds remaining. That Tristan looks like he's struggling too, but that Punisher's starting to take damage now.
Oh, it's so close, but the Tristan's webbed. He's hurting pretty bad. Both Punishers right on top of him. They're probably going to finish him off with just 15 seconds.
EOS kill 2 Punishers.
There's so little time.
I don't think you can.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what happened as you were saying. Both EOS.
Tristan's still alive. If this Punisher goes down and the Tristan stays alive, we have a tie match, I believe. 2 points for the Punisher.
No, it's not going to happen. Oh, he went down!
Whoa.
Overtime, 1.5x speed right now. We have 5 minutes of overtime, and that second Punisher taking damage. Tristan's still hanging on. Tristan is down.
Oh my gosh, wow.
What a match. The last second, I mean, I don't think there could have been more than 2 seconds on the clock when that happened.
No, I didn't even think that there was time. I thought it happened like a second after the match ended, but we can see in local that the timer actually ended. It went into... But the match isn't over. This keeps running now that it goes into overtime.
Right, it goes to 5 minutes no matter what happens, basically. Until all the ships are cleared off the field on one team or another. This match
but now the RVB EOS is really dominating the Agony EOS, apparently.
Oh.
And as we go into accelerated tie-dye here, it looks like RVB is going to win this EOS 1v1. They do have that other Punisher still alive. Wow, what a match. I wonder if either of these pilots realized that the match wouldn't end like a surprise tie and match continuation.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing you're not sure. I guess when you're piloting, you're not doing the points like we were. You're not doing the numbers, but that lets you go down. So I wonder if anyone did get caught off guard.
RVB takes it. What a crazy match. I feel like we didn't even kind of realize how crazy that could get, but RVB gets away with a win there after having a tie with just 1 second left, sending it into sudden death. And wow, good job both teams. That's it. We'll be back in a few minutes with another match, guys.
Align. The clock bomb. Via, ragazzi, tutto. E via il jump bridge.
Do you like spaceships? Do you like explosions? Airlock Media. We make your corporation look good.
Sorry, guys.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the EVE Online Alliance Tournament. I'm CCP Rise here with Bacchanalian, and we're about to see Noliskunda fight against Surely You're Joking. But before we start, fun fact from the last match, the time-making kill was made 1.3 seconds before the official match end. What's on the field for us, Bach?
Well, we are looking at Surely You're Joking comp of 2 Vultures, 3 Serbs, and a Scimitar, Korax, 2 Flycatchers, 2 Herons, and a Mollis for support. And they are facing off against 2 Eos, Triple Gila, Scimitar, 2 Worms, a Crow, a Mollis, Merlin, and a Heron.
Yeah, so Serbs are pretty cool. We haven't seen too many of those. Probably a Rapid Light setup going on here, and it'll be interesting to see how it performs against this more standard Gila EOS setup. We're underway now, and as you guys are able to see, teams starting a little ways away from each other. It looks like the Surely You're Joking team came in at range, kind of at a medium angle towards the Nully team. Nully drones making their way across the field now. We should see damage start to apply pretty soon.
It looks like we have augmented hammerheads and geckos crossing the field, as one might expect. There are some light shield bots out on the Surely You're Joking side. I don't see any damage applied yet. I guess the Vulture of Kelvin Smythe is the first target, which is an interesting first target to pick. It's probably the tankiest ship on the field.
Surely You're Joking using their first waves of damage to kill geckos. I can confirm this time. You can see right there, missiles firing away at those drones. Trying to clear some of them off the field. They're kind of... I don't know how I feel about that, but in this case, the Gilas have big drone bays, Eoses have medium-sized drone bays, 250 M3, so it'll take quite a bit of shooting before they can whittle the other team down to having less drones. But
they've got one of those geckos into low armor. I just locked one up. It's into structure now. That gecko is going to pop here in a couple of volleys, so it may not be, if they're tanking just fine, which they are right now, the Scimitar's starting to take a little bit of damage. Why not?
Killing the drones is fine, just a matter, I guess, of what the Nully team has kind of in their base to replace the drones that get killed. But they're going to have to switch to actual targets pretty soon, as it looks like Nully has had enough of this and closing in to go for tackles on some of the Surely You're Joking ships.
Suko's Gila is taking quite a bit of shield damage. Firestrom Scimitar is, it looks like he's ASB tanking the damage incoming to him, but he's taking more and more as they close range, it looks like. But that Gila is, I don't know. He's getting reps now from Nocturne, so perhaps he's going to live through this as well.
Surely You're Joking Scimitar taking tons of damage. Yeah. He was scrammed there momentarily, had just one scram cycle on him to slow him down, but getting chunked bad by those Nully drones.
Oh, and that'll be all she wrote for the Heron and the Scimitar at the same time. 2 down there, and now the Serb-Vulture combo is really, they're against the ropes. I mean, they have to really do something here. You're perhaps right. They wasted way too much time shooting those drones. They did kill a whole heck of a lot of them, and now they're in trouble.
They are, and maybe the biggest reason they're in trouble is that Nully Scimitar looks to be completely comfortable. He has no damps on him, and he's done a really good job repping everything that's taken damage so far. As I say that, of course, Frigg evaporates. It's off the bottom of my screen. Merlin on the Nully side does go down before the Scimitar has a chance to get him reps, but all their main ships, the Eoses and the Gilas, looking like they're not taking any damage at all so far.
Yeah, Vincent Nicola's Cerberus in the meantime there is at quarter shields. So that's their next main primary target. You can see a bit of damage going down across the Flycatchers as well, but he is now scrammed, the Cerberus is, and he's going to be into armor here before too long.
Nice shot there of the Serb trying to kill that Crow. You can see how little damage the Crow is taking because of its small SIG and speed, and the Scimitar able to quickly rep back any damage he takes. The Serbs really want to get this tackle off the field. That's why they killed the Merlin as well. Wow, Cerberus just instantly
no damage control on that Serb for sure. He just vanished as soon as his shields disappeared.
But they're trying to get this tackle, Nully tackle out of the way so that they have a little more freedom to kite against these slow-moving geckos and hammerheads. But it's not working out for him so far. Crow taking some damage, but Nully looking in complete control for now.
No, I feel like at this point you're well beyond the time where killing tackle was useful. Now you need to turn around and start killing off damage or a Scimitar or something, but they're going to lose another Serb here in a matter of seconds, and I really don't think they have a way back from this. I mean, when you still have 3 Serbs in the field, 2 Vultures, I think at that point you have to go for the Scimitar. You just have to find a way to kill it. I guess they're too far at range.
Yeah, they might not actually have range. I don't know the exact range on the light missiles off those rapid lights from the Serbs, but it's probably 50 or 60k, and I know the Scimitar is way back at the other side of the field, back behind all of the main Nully ships, so they might not be able to reach him. Not to mention, if they start putting damage on him, if he becomes their primary, he can just burn away, put even more range between him and the fleet. Ships dropping left and right on the Shirley Joking side, lost a Flycatcher, Mollusk, Corax. They have very little left already, just a couple Vultures and then 1 Cerberus and Flycatcher.
Yeah, and the larger ship primary is going to be Kakarot Shimaya. Kakarot.
Yes. He's going down, webbed, Flycatcher going down as well. Nully Secunda doing a really good job here. Having no problem picking apart the Shirley Joking team. I do wonder kind of if it makes any difference if Shirley Joking doesn't worry about shooting drones early on in the fight. I think this is probably a pretty good example of why we don't usually see teams do that. I don't know they could have done anything else with that time, but it's clear that shooting the drones didn't earn them very much. Even if they're able to get a couple of them down, the drone bays are large enough on the Nully side that they can just replace them, and then all that time is wasted on the Shirley Joking side. Nully damage really high. They're chewing through these Vultures extremely quickly.
Yeah, I wonder if it just really is just a setup for that. Shirley Joking brought just isn't an effective setup against what they're facing here. I think it's perhaps there wasn't much they could have done really against the Helios combo. You need something a little stronger than what they brought, and they didn't have many options. I'm not sure, like you say, anything they could have done would have done differently.
I wonder if, I don't know, it looks kind of like they're positioned really well to kill support, kill smaller ships. Although they're lacking some support on their own side, they're kind of depending on the light missiles to just do the work without a whole lot of tackle to help them out. But yeah, it definitely didn't work at all against this Hela EOS setup. Not being able to get to the Logi was certainly a huge problem for them, and maybe that's just on Nully Secunda doing a really good job positioning their ships.
Well, it's a little bit of both. It's a legitimate concern when you face a shield fleet that's bringing a Scimitar. If you don't ban Scimitar at any rate, they can do exactly what this guy did, get the back of the fleet and kite, and that's exactly what he did. So yeah, that was all she wrote. That goes to the last ship on the Shirley Joking side, and that was a very well won match there.
Yeah, just 6 minutes to absolutely demolish Shirley Joking. So that'll do it for this one. We'll be back in just a second with our second to last match of the day, which is going to be CVA versus Outbreak, and then Hydra after that. Yeah, a couple good ones coming up, so stick around, guys.
because of winning with broadswords and then winning with Dominic's. This was a very interesting match. I'm going to come back and look at this later.
Oh no, he's so cool, but not very good.
Hey again, guys. He's Bryce here with Bacchanalian, and we are about to see CVA fight Outbreak in what looks like a pretty good match. CVA doing an amazing job last week, bringing them all Conid setup. They've switched things up big time, and Outbreak is always pretty solid. So, what do you think of what we have on the field right now, Bach?
Well, Outbreak's brought a fairly standard setup we see these days of EOS triple Gila, double Ishtar, Maulus, triple Flycatcher, and 2 burst Logi. But meanwhile, the CCP has come in with Sleipnirs. They have 2 Sleipnirs. They have the 3 Gila, Scimitar, triple Worm support, Crow, and 2 Merlins to go with that. So it should be a really interesting matchup. Those Flycatchers against Worms, it's kind of those are pretty dangerous ships on both sides. So.
Yep, and both teams have kind of done the same, come in at max range 50k. The angle wasn't too far off, though. They should be 60 or 70k from each other to start things off. We're underway now. You see Damps flying across from the Outbreak side, covering that CVA team, which is actually really bad news for the Sleipnirs. We're used to seeing the drone damage, which doesn't care quite as much about Damps, but Sleipnirs, of course, do. Neither team charging towards each other. It looks like CVA kind of staying put while Outbreak starts to move down and away from CVA.
You know, that is the challenge with the artillery Sleipnir idea, is the Sleipnir lock range natively is actually pretty low. I think it's around 50 kilometers, so you throw Damps on that thing, and it's really going to be struggling. We see the first burst on the Outbreak side taking quite a bit of shield damage, just getting some reps, but he looks like he's taking more damage than he's getting reps.
Yeah, which is definitely interesting. It looks, I'm checking the drone, seeing some warriors on the CVA side. Some Valkyries have made their way over into the Outbreak team. Those are probably where that damage is coming from. On the other side, Outbreak has dropped a lot of sentries, actually. Some Curators were down, at least for a while. I see Hammerheads there now as well. No real significant damage happening yet. Teams inching a little closer to each other. We see an Outbreak Gila pretty close and a little bit separated from his team towards the CVA, who are staying really, really tightly grouped up.
Yeah, I haven't seen those Sleipnirs fire their guns once yet. I've been trying to watch to see if there's going to be artillery or AC. I'm having trouble noticing, but...
yeah, they are guns live now. Looks like ACs.
Yep.
That Gila doing a really nice job, the one that was positioned a little closer, pulling CVA in a bit, but not getting in a really bad spot yet, at least. Doesn't look like they're interested in him. Maybe CVA thinking here they want to make a dive for those bursts if they're able to.
You know, if you're bringing into two AC Sleipnirs, you're going to do an awful lot of damage if you get up close and personal. That first Sleipnir of Sten Madsen is starting to take damage on the CVA side. Getting repped without a whole lot of problem. Palamon's Gila, meanwhile, just taking a whole bunch of damage. All of a sudden, you see drones around him. He's obviously the first primary.
Yep.
And, yeah,
he was
shots out of him.
He was that one out front. It looks like both those Sleipnirs just turned straight towards him and started burning. He is taking damage, but hanging in there fine for now. You can see he has reps from their bursts for the time being, at least, despite the Damps being on the bursts. Looks like they can at least mostly tank the damage for now. Have to see what happens after range gets closed a little bit more.
Sten Madsen Sleipnir, meanwhile, about half shields. Pulling back, I can't tell if it's ASB or Scimitar or both, but he's tanking. He's a little ahead of that Gila, but actually now he's taking more damage than the Gila. This is going to be damage. This could be really trouble for CVA if they lose the Sleipnir here this early. He's now into armor. We've had the first burst go down on the Outbreak side, though, so perhaps they'll get through that Gila a little faster. The Sleipnir into low armor, pulling back shields little by little, but he's going to be in structure very shortly, and here he goes. Second burst down now.
Second burst down. They chased that Gila into the middle of the Outbreak team and then turned onto the burst whenever they got the opportunity, but they lost a Sleipnir in the process, putting him right in the center of that Outbreak team where he's exposed to all their damage. But Logi down, so they now have freedom to pick away at this Outbreak team.
They need to translate that into a Gila kill here before they lose anything else. That Scimitar starting to take damage. The Worm is taking damage, but that Gila now into structure. If they can get that, they get back ahead. The Scimitar needs to hang on a little bit longer. They need to maybe get that Ishtar that they started focusing on down before.
Outbreak Gila down, and he went down quick. If they're able to continue to burn Gilas down that fast, they might be in pretty good shape, even though it looks like their Logi's in pretty tough shape himself, although you can see here he's burning away from the field, and that's really good news. The drones will have to chase after him, and it'll take at least some extra time for them to kill him and leave all those geckos positioned way away from the fight. In the meantime,
interesting is the Eos of Nasty Spanker is just burning straight away. He's at 100 kilometers. The Ishtar of Pisces into armor now. He's going to go down. The Crow of CVA might also die.
wow, Ishtar and Gila going down really fast for Outbreak. In the meantime, Scimitar doing just fine. He pulled away from most of that DPS and like I said, left it stranded way away from the fight. He's now sitting on top of an MJD beacon as well, so he could make another big move with that if he wanted to. Gila about to drop for Outbreak, heavily tackled, taking lots of damage. CVA looking really strong.
Yeah, but Gila is down now. There's the Gila of Ice Gorilla on the CVA side taking a fair bit of shield damage as well, but yeah, Outbreak is just losing ships left and right here.
Ishtar tackled for Outbreak. Web Scram, those worms doing work, catching ships, and Slipner making his way there. Damage should start coming in on that Ishtar pretty quick. And Outbreak struggling to get anything done. They got that Crow down through armor, but he's been reffed back. They're doing some damage to a worm, probably trying to peel tackles off of their DPS ships to keep them alive, but it's not working.
There's a Flycatcher right now too. This is one more anti-support ship off the field. The Ishtar Spartan Dax, meanwhile, he's about to go into armor, and these are shield tanked Ishtars. He's ASB. I saw an ASB fire there. But a couple more volleys, he's into structure. We have 5 minutes on the time. The Scimitar for CVA is into armor, but at this point, there's only really an Eos and a Gila left doing damage. He'll go down, and perhaps the Merlin Wong with him, but CVA have this well in hand at this point. They really have to make a huge mistake to lose this match.
CVA looking so good, doing a lot with creative setups last week, and then coming in and just using something fairly standard to really good effect against a really strong team, Outbreak. And they did lose their Scimitar, but at this point they can afford that. I mean, he did an amazing job chewing up time on all that DPS from Outbreak with those drones chasing him around. And at this point, there's so much left on the field for CVA that it's going to be incredibly tough for Outbreak to do anything. Their EOS now tackled. He's headed into armor pretty quickly here, and they just have almost nothing left.
Yeah, they have 2 ships worth of damage left, the Eos and the Gila, and the Gila's, or the Eos, I should say, is low armor now into structure. He'll be down in just another volley. The Mollusk starting to take damage. Meanwhile, Ice Gorilla's Gila, who looked for a while like he was going to be in trouble, is just happily hanging on at half shields. We see one of the worms now is starting to take some damage from his tackling job, but that's really what they're there for. That Mollusk is into structure and going down as well.
Yeah, a couple of those worms got a little beat up, chasing around and getting webs on stuff. But I mean, yeah, just cleaning up now. Really, really well flown by CVA, I think. This looks like a pair of setups where it could really have gone either way, depending on piloting and FCing. And if that's the case, CVA really deserves a lot of credit. They did an amazing job here.
Yeah, they should have no problems cleaning this up. They may just have to run some ships down, may lose a frigate or 2 in the process. But there are GFs going in locals, so.
I'm wondering about the choice to use Frigg Laju. It seems like actually we've seen Frigg Laju not do so well against standard logistics ships, at least today in the last couple of matches. They're a little risky in terms of boundary violations. They're also really vulnerable, as we saw in this match. They get pulled in close because of the damps, and then you just get one chance to switch over your DPS, and they go down super fast. Whereas the Scimitar used so much time up.
That's the thing, you're not going to get volleyed off the field in the Scimitar unless you come up against a full alpha comp, and even then it's probably not going to happen. In a frigate, really, it only takes one lucky shot, and there's the match. There's one lucky shot, and your frigate's gone. So congratulations to CVA on a fantastic display. Yet again, just a very strong match from them.
Yeah, awesome stuff from CVA. We'll see them in the winners bracket, and Outbreak has to go down to the losers bracket and try to fight their way back. So one more match today, Hydra Reloaded coming up in a few minutes. Stick around for that, guys. We'll see you then.
Go for Tower Wars, free for all on Tower Wars.
All right. Hi, one more time, everyone, for the last match of the day on day 3 of Alliance Tournament 12. I'm CCP Rise here with Bacchanalian. We have Hydra Reloaded against No Holds Barred, and we have a very interesting pair of setups.
Well, it looks like Hydra's come back again with this artillery Sleipnir setup that they used so effectively last time. So 3 Sleipnirs, Scimitar, 2 Celestis, 3 Heretics, 2 Mollis, and Kitsune. So quite a bit of damping and a little bit of ECM power there as well. But No Holds Barred have come in with what looks like a Tinker, and those artillery Sleipnirs may really struggle against this. So they've got a Paladin, a Vulture, 3 Gilas, Moa, and a Tengu.
Yeah, so Noho here has done possibly an amazing piece of kind of meta work here by reading that Vargur Golem ban from Hydra as bringing a similar setup to last week, and clearly not wanting to be up against Marauder. And so they found a way to bring one. They brought a Paladin, and
just as I say that this might not work, that Gila loses its shields 100 to 0 and he's off the field. Okay, so much for that idea. Wow.
That didn't take long. We were like, they might have found like a really, really solid counter here to this kind of low DPS, heavy kind of E-War setup by bringing the Marauder, but nope, they're just getting decimated by Hydra here for some reason. 1 Gila down, 2nd Gila down. Wow.
This is over before it starts. I mean, my goodness.
And I mean, as simple and sad as it may be, this could just be, you see the ECM there on the Tengu, it could just be Kitsune getting a jam on the Tengu and him having no ability to rep, even though his rep power is really strong, and that even in just 2 cycles they managed to take 3 Gilas off the field. So wow. Here we are all excited that there might have been a nice counter setup, but all that E-War paying off. Tengu still hasn't been able to get reps on anything. There we go.
Now you see reps on the Vulture. I wonder if it wasn't even ECM, maybe he just stacked so many Scanres damps on it that it just couldn't manage to land locks on those healers early. I don't know, but he's got reps on that Vulture, and they're not getting through those reps. I mean, wow. So wow.
And the other bad news for No Holds Barred is on the other side. The Paladin so far hasn't been able to do anything to the Hydra team. He's making this Heretic sweat a little bit, but no big deal. And now the Tengu reps get turned off again by those jams, and he's local repping as he takes damage. But without the Gila DPS, No Holds Barred is in really bad shape. And Tengu gets another lock, puts those reps on the Vulture. There'll be a lot less cap transfer to fuel this Tengu's rep, so he may break eventually, but he's still getting cap transfer from the Paladin and the Vulture, and that MOA. So
something we've seen in the past is, ECM against Tinker just doesn't work. The sensor strength is so high on these Tech 3 logistics that the ECM never lands a jam. But in this match, it seems like we've seen it happen twice. What's going different? What has Hydra done differently, or what did Noho do wrong with their fit, perhaps?
Yeah, they may have done something wrong. It's hard to say. Yeah, I mean, like you said, the scan res damps may have played a part. I mean, they killed that first Gila so fast that it may have just actually been before he was able to even lock the Gila. But he has had at least 2 successful jams since we've seen his reps go on and then go off again. And I don't know, maybe they didn't bring enough remote ECCM to keep his sensor strength high, or didn't bring local ECCM or something. But they clearly did something a little bit wrong here. And ECM just blew a hole wide open for them to kill those Gilas off extremely quickly. And now it looks like Tengu tank might be breaking. I don't know. It hardly matters now. They just don't have the DPS to do anything to Hydra at this point.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, we've seen so many Tinkers, and we've seen so many Tinkers go up against heavy ECM teams. And when you think, oh, this is over, they brought, you see in SCL, we've seen like a Rook, Rook Kitsune Griffin setup go up against a Tinker and get just absolutely destroyed. And so we see 1 Kitsune here manage to land 2 jams on a Tech 3 logistics and a Tinker. It's just really incredible.
And at this point, it might not actually even need to be jams. The Tengu is using a lot of cap trying to keep his own tank up, so he may just be turning off the reps on the Vulture to save cap so that he can run his own tank. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that jams played a role here, at least some early on. Yeah, and just even though they're having a hard time now with the tank, they just can't do anything No Holds Barred. They lost more than half their damage in those Gilas, and they have no other way to attack Hydra. They obviously can't put any E-War pressure of their own, and so Hydra's just sitting comfortable waiting for the tanks to break.
Yeah, in fact, asking a local, can you just let us kill you, please? This is going to take too long otherwise.
Taunting people 4 minutes into a match after.
Right. Just the confidence of Hydra coming into this. And having flown with a couple of these guys in a tournament, they're just so cool, calm, and collected. You go into a match against something that, on paper might counter them. Oh, that Mollusk into half structures. Somebody got some damage applied there. That Vulture taking quite a bit of damage. But they don't look at it as a counter. They just look at it as how do we win this match. It's not even a question of we can't or we can. It's how do we do it? Let's do it. Execute. Vulture is down.
Yeah, Vulture down. That's another big blow for No Holds Barred. And I mean, another thing is, even though this is a really clever counter, you have to think that a team that invests as much time as Hydra has practiced against this kind of setup. I mean, Tinkers are prevalent enough and Marauders as well. While they're banning Marauders, most people should read that as not wanting to fight against Marauders. Maybe we should bring one. And so I have to assume Hydra's at least try to match up like this to get a feel for whether or not they would have a chance. And
well, we did see Hydra lose a Mollusk there, so Noho has that going for him. They took one ship off the field. But down to the Tengu and a Paladin. The Tengu, yeah, he's into armor now. It looks like he is going to go down. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to make a dent in that Paladin. I guess that's the real question.
There goes the Tengu, and yeah, now Paladin left. And they might not. They might struggle a bit. The Paladin, really, you need neutralizers, cap neutralizers to wear that tank down, usually. And they shouldn't really have many of those, I wouldn't think. They really want to be at range with this Slipner team, the Artie Slipner team. But I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, so in locally, the Tengu pilot just said "holy damps" in all caps, so implies to me he may simply have just been damped out so hard he couldn't lock anything in time. Paladin half armor, my goodness. Okay, there we go. He pulled it. Okay. I was wondering. He was just waiting for it because he was taking an awful lot of damage. But,
yeah, I mean I wonder, like, if just the scan res would be enough to keep him from locking. It'd be interesting to find out. I don't know if they'll end up talking about it, but.
Or perhaps
there
lock
isn't
range. I mean, I don't think you can. The stacking penalties. You can't get a Tengu much under 10 kilometers, if I remember right.
Yeah, exactly. And they of course all started right next to each other. So I'd be really surprised if lock range was a limitation. But yeah, I mean, maybe if they push his lock time up to 15 or 20 seconds on those helas, I don't know if that's possible, but that's all they needed. I mean, they killed those helas in probably the first 10 seconds of the match. So maybe that's all it took.
Right.
Paladin. They do
Still
have those
tanking.
Molluses, especially if they sensor boost the Molluses, they can lock extremely quickly. So it should only take them half a second or something to apply the damps. And then they have some window there where they can do damage. But I don't know. Be interesting to find out. And yeah, they're just working away here at the Paladin. He's tanking without too much effort, it looks like. So unless he goes into some kind of reload either on his AAR or on a local cap booster, he should be able to tank through this match no problem.
Well, I gotta say, it's been it's an afternoon of exciting matches. This one didn't turn out to be quite as exciting as we thought it was going to be. We really did have a thought that this might be a closer match than it was, but
yeah, Fozzie was bopping all around over here, pretty excited that we might see Hydra out, even though PL let us down after almost going out into the losers bracket. But
well, and RVB's match. I mean, both those matches were really spectacular matches. Just the kind of excitement we want after a couple slow matches early on and ending on a slower note here. But we really had some really firecracker matches earlier in the afternoon. So it's been quite an exciting day of tournament. And tomorrow we go on to the losers bracket, I guess. So
yep. And I mean, one really exciting thing about where we're at with this tournament right now is it seems like the meta is really wide open. There's obviously a bit of a lean towards drone heavy setups, but even within those, we see a lot of variation in terms of what kind of logistics people choose, how they lay out their composition in terms of the main core ships, using anything from EOSs to Ishtars to Helas, Vexers, all kinds of stuff. And then the support also has changed a ton. We're seeing heretics and flycatchers and a range of different frigs. So I feel like the next couple weeks should be really exciting as people continue to kind of polish the strategy in this meta and see kind of what's going to be strongest as we get towards the finals.
The other thing to think about is we have teams today who are not facing elimination, right? This is a winner's bracket. These guys can afford to lose a match and still continue. So it stands to reason that a lot of these teams are just going to come back with the same thing they won with last weekend. Or these teams are going to come out with a similar setup or follow the meta. This worked in the meta, let's use that, and then next weekend we'll reach into our bag to pull out our tricks. So we may not see until tomorrow where teams have backs against the walls, where a loss is you're going home, you're out of the tournament. That's when the teams, I think, are going to really start pulling out everything. I think those teams, if they haven't already lost their flagship, maybe considering fielding that. And whatever their very best setup is, I think, is what they're going to be fielding. So tomorrow we should see a lot of interesting changes to the meta, I think.
Yep, definitely. And then only more to look forward to after that as we start to, clean the bad teams out of the tournament. The matches usually tend to get more and more exciting. So Heading into our studio weekend, if you guys were expecting to see us all wearing dorky shirts and sitting around a desk this weekend, we're sorry to disappoint, but next weekend we'll have all the player commentators out here in Iceland, provided the volcano doesn't kill all of us. And we'll have a full studio set up. We'll be doing analysis or whatever it is we do between matches. So you guys can watch all that next weekend as things kind of get closer and closer to the end of the tournament.
Yep, so I did just get a number from a friend of mine on what damps actually do to a Tengu that's fit for logistics when it's trying to lock a Gila. Apparently 4 damps on a Tengu give it a 30-second lock time on a Gila, allowing those already sleps just to power through all 3 of those Gilas before you ever had a chance to lock them.
Yeah.
Makes great sense, yeah.
That's so smart. There's plenty of time. I guess if you want to run Tinker, you need a lot of remote sensor boosting, just even for your tiny little ball of ships. But that's going to do it for today, guys. Day 3 of Alliance Tournament 12 is over. We'll be back tomorrow for more matches in the losers bracket, and then we'll see you next weekend in the studio. So come back tomorrow for more, and thanks for watching.